Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Comic Shop Conversations. And tonight we have a very, very special guest with us, Jonathan Marks Barravecchia. And I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is that right?
Yeah. That's good.
Okay. Do I have to do my hand like this when I say Barravecchia?
Yeah.
No, it is a pleasure truly to have you on tonight, man. We've been loving these interviews with creators and artists, and so your most recent book that is on shelves now. So if you guys want to go check out his work, please do so. Is Bear Pirate Viking Queen, and thanks to our good friend Kyle, you know him, you love him. He was kind of the biggest advocate for this book when it first came out, and we've been going over it for the past 3 months now. And man, we're just excited to hear from you, Jonathan. So thank you again for being here.
Yeah. No, it's my pleasure. Kyle, you're my favorite person on the podcast so far.
So that'll change. Don't worry about it. We are minute 46 then.
Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah. That'll change real quick now.
Oh yeah, it always does.
Well, wait till Drew gets here. Then it's like,
oh boy.
Well, then we can find a easy, we can figure out who's kind of the the one we kind of keep to the side. No, that's
exactly.
We're getting.
Gotcha.
Drew and Kyle are brothers actually, and they're both on the
he's
show,
my older brother, so
okay. I guess.
But so I'm going to go ahead and show off your website first and foremost, because it would be a disservice to not show off the impeccable art that you have. And these are just a few of the covers from Bear Pirate Viking Queen. And now you've also got some other comics up here. You've got your original art, a ton of covers, but your paintings and your commissions, what are some of the materials that you're using here? Because I would almost want to say watercolor, but I know that's not right, and I want to make sure I'm getting it correct.
No, that's right. Yeah, the same. I paint the comics the same way as most of these commissions too. It's watercolor and gouache, ink, oil for some of them. Some mixed media collage stuff, but mostly ink and watercolor on a lot of the stuff that you're showing right now, and on the published work that I do too. It's ink, watercolor, gouache, oil on boards, on paper.
You have to be one of the few that does that, right? I mean, not a lot of artists.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of. Well, I think the number of people using traditional media, just in general, in comics, is going down. Because it just takes longer and it's more expensive. It's more stuff to have around. But then, to be painting comics, there's not a ton of people painting comics anymore. If ever there were, really, in sort of mainstream U.S. comics, it's not ever really been a big thing, but it's always spoken to me.
Oh. Well, I think you had guys like Simon Bisley who were doing some painting. They were he was almost kind of doing like mixed media, where it's like paint, but then like also some spray paint and things like that. That really kind of changed the game with 2000 AD in some of those magazines. And then you had, who else was it? Well, I was going to say, I feel like Sam Keith would do something like that, but I don't know if he ever did or not.
Sam Keith had mixed media stuff, pastels, paints I know in a lot of the Max covers, I think in some of the interiors too, there were some traditional media, but a lot of inks and washes for him. Bisley's a great example too. Alex Horley, Scott Hampton are both. I'm pretty sure that all three of those guys are English. And then, Sienkiewicz was a big influence for me, obviously. That's the one everyone can notice. George Pratt was a huge one. Kent Williams, guys who have not done a ton of comic book work, but phenomenal painters and illustrators who have a relationship with comics, even if not a big body work.
Oh, it's amazing.
Thank you.
I guess I was going to ask, what were some of your first recollections of like finding either comic book art, or was it just like artwork in general, illustrations? what was your introduction to some of these artists, and how did you develop your style from those?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I remember pretty vividly my first comic book that I ever bought. It was a reprint, an X-Men classic. It was a reprint of a Claremont and Paul Smith
Nice
X-Men issue where they're in the Morlock tunnels and Kitty is, I think, engaged to Caliban and Angel's getting his wings clipped. It's awesome. I still have it, over there. But like, I always loved drawing, and my grandfather was an artist just for himself. And I never met him. I never knew him, but we had paintings and pieces of his around the house. And I have a painting of his in my studio still. It was just a huge inspiration. And my parents both were like pretty supportive of me as a young person drawing and painting and exploring that. And then, as I got older and started to focus on it, sort of saw that it was something I was passionate about and were still remain pretty supportive of it. As far as like influences for comic books though, man, like, I grew up reading comics in like the 90s. And so the comic book specific influences were 90s comics. Image guys, bombast, crazy hatching, all the stuff, all of which I love, truly.
Yeah.
And like, if you look at some of my older stuff, it's like very influenced by that, because that's what comic books look like. Like, one of the first, or actually the first company that I ever worked with that published me was Aspen Comics. And Michael Turner was like that's how I drew women for the longest time, was like Michael Turner women, not observed women, but like this stylized comic book sort of idea. And so that was like seeped in. And then as I got older and started exploring different types of comics and like more of just general comics, is when I sort of discovered the guys that I mentioned earlier, George Pratt and Kent Williams, Sienkiewicz, Dave McKean was a huge one. Guys who were challenged what I thought comic books could look like. And then again, like as I got older still, my like artistic voice was much more aligned with those painters. It just felt more natural to me than to do all the like Mark Silvestri hatching and the again, which I truly still genuinely love, like unironically love. But as far as like making art, it just didn't feel as natural. It was much more labored for me to try to like emulate some of those guys, instead of just sitting down and doing basically what I do now, which is like very loose layouts and then just immediately in with ink or immediately in with paint. And like, it's stressful sometimes, but I feel much more loose and free and like expressive. So it's just like, those two building blocks of like, 90s image, let's say, comic book, capital C comic book art. And then, equally also in the 90s, like 80s, and then, international artists who were doing painting and mixed media and sort of challenging what I thought the comic book was, or visually what it was. Those two sort of competing influences are where I started, I guess, to develop my style.
You can really see the image, stuff like this when you're doing your Weapon X stuff, your Lobo. I get a lot of Image comics from this era. I love, Kyle and Drew and even the chat give me a hard time, because I always say the more pouches, the better. Because I'm a 90s kid as well, so like big muscle bound, crazy weapons, pouches all over. The Top Cow Image era was just so much fun. Yeah. And it scratches that itch for me with, like you said, that capital C comic book, almost cartoony, overemphasized stylized artwork. And you've taken that though and just completely made it your own. Kyle, because I know that, like, this is now transferred over into Bear Pirate Viking Queen. And just some of the things that we were seeing with your artwork that was showcased in the comic was just like you said. It was like this fluid. It just felt natural. It just felt like you were free. Like the brush just felt like it was your emotion coming out of you onto the canvas. But Kyle, what were some of the things that you wanted to or that we had first talked about, that you had thought about the book, or any questions that you had? Because I know that we had like a ton of questions for him when it came to the actual comic itself.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. I'm ashamed that I didn't know who you were until Bear Pirate Viking Queen. And when I saw your art, I'm like, where has this guy been hiding? Is he under a rock? Like, I don't understand. Why are you not on mainstream books with art like this? Holy shit. Marvel and DC, you need to be doing a Wolverine series. Like, screw Greg Capullo. I love Greg Capullo. He's great, but oh my God. Like, after seeing your Weapon X.
2 Jonathans on the new Wolverine book. Missed opportunity.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it writes itself. It's there.
Exactly.
I saw your Ice Cream Man cover, and Ice Cream Man is probably my all-time, like, one of my favorite series.
That's one of the best books on the show. For sure.
Absolutely amazing. A lot of people don't talk about that one also, and it pisses me off. But like, and just seeing your art style, it is something most people have never seen before. And if they do, it's like, oh, it's kind of like Bill Sienkiewicz. But it's, in my opinion, better than Bill Sienkiewicz. It's like cleaned up Bill Sienkiewicz, because Bill can get a little out there with some of his stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know, but it seems a little more tight with your work.
Well, I mean, high praise, thank you. I don't want to be just a regurgitation of my influences, so that actually means a lot. I don't need to be better than, but I do want to be different too. All those guys that have influenced me, or all those artists that have influenced me. So,
yeah, 100%. So you're on this book with Image. Have you wanted to work for? Have you reached out to Marvel or DC? Have you tried to submit work? Have you heard anything?
I actually worked for Marvel on the Dark Tower series for a couple years, for about a year, and I did do some Wolverine issues here and there. I mean, I would love to be doing more stuff with those guys, with anyone and everyone. I truly love comics. I mean, Bear Pirate's been doing well, and we've gotten great critical feedback and fan feedback, and but I'm still to your point, like I'm not a known artist, so I'm still sending out submissions, and I'm still emailing editorial and talking to the people that I know and have met in the past. Just trying to get the work in front of as many eyes as I can.
Yeah, we're trying to promote it as much as we can. For sure, I am anyway.
Yeah. I mean, when I found out, because this was, I think this was a variant cover for issue 35 or 36. Yeah. And this is like legitimately terrifying, which is good, but it's just like and I have to agree with Kyle. It was so odd that we hadn't seen you before, and we were kind of like, man, why have we not paid more attention, or was there something that we need to be looking for, or finding more of these different books, or more of these like indie stuff? But I was looking through your Instagram, and I think, if anything, I don't know if you would, if this is like necessarily the character that you would want to promote, but like, I mean, your Weapon X stuff, it would be amazing to see what another Weapon X story could be, but almost like in this psychedelic realm, because I've seen you done a incredible, impeccable job with a lot of these Weapon X pieces. I've so much so that I put one of them on the thumbnail because I was so impressed with your interpretation of Logan at this point in his life. There are very few people who I feel like can embody that type of just like rage and aggression, but also fluidity. And he is just, what you're doing with here's that Ice Cream Man cover. Oh man, so good. But yeah, so I mean, would there be any Marvel or DC heroes or even villains, characters in general?
Well, to do a Weapon X story would be amazing. Wolverine is still my favorite character.
Yeah.
I'd love to play in that world more and do a book like, a fully painted Wolverine, Weapon X in Japan, in the snow, something, a Wolverine book. But of course, yeah, I mean, I'm still like a big fan. I'm a fanboy. That'd be amazing. I think, I've got some ideas for like Swamp Thing stories at DC. I think would be super fun, or Man Thing at Marvel. It's funny, we talk about Sienkiewicz. So there's a story that he's told where I think when he was leaving Moon Knight, he was offered the X-Men book and he turned it down because it's too big, and he wanted to do the New Mutants as like would allow him to continue to explore artistically. And I think that's a fair point. I don't need to be on, or I don't know that I'm the artist for X-Men, but it would be great to be do a Doctor Strange miniseries or a Man Thing, or I love, you guys are 90s guys, Sleepwalker.
Oh yeah.
And
oh yeah.
I heard another creative, a writer who was talking about how he's like, he was in the Marvel editorial and he had a Sleepwalker pitch, and I think it was a physical pitch that he dropped off, and the editorial ignored it. They're like put it in the drawer, whatever. And he's like, are you kidding me? There can't be that many. And apparently Sleepwalker is like the number one, or was at this time, like the number one most pitched character for creatives. But no one buys Sleepwalker books, so it doesn't fucking matter. Like, we have all the best ideas in the world, but like, if nobody's gonna buy a Sleepwalker book, it doesn't matter. But that to say, like, some characters like that, Wolverine is obviously super mainstream, but some of the more obscure stuff where I can experiment would be super fun. Stuff in that magical fantasy, surreal world, stuff where I can justify the kind of painting and art that I like to make for the story.
That tracks. You and Ram V could do something truly spectacular, I think. I don't know what it could be. I know he's already done Swamp Thing, but to get him back on Swamp Thing and that could be deadly for sure.
If only we had we don't necessarily have the connections that a lot of other YouTubers do, but you know what? That's all right, because we just like talking to you.
You guys saying this stuff is flattering and I appreciate it, but like, the reception that Bear Pirate's gotten from people who don't know me, who are now asking their shops about like, because like Sean, the writer, Sean Lewis is definitely more known than I am. And I think people fans of Sean's writing have an expectation that like whatever comes next is going to be, who knows, like he's going all over the place. And I think that, it's benefited me to team up with him and to make a book like this. So now people specifically asking about me or saying their shops like, oh, do you have any more? Or can you get in? I don't know if that how much that benefits me in the long term, but I have to feel like it's, it helps me out. So I appreciate all the love that has been coming my way.
Well, I think you deserve it, brother. I really think it's well deserved, and I really hope that you get the notoriety that I think is appropriate for the style of work that you do. And we've actually got one of our good friends, Josh McDonald, coming in here for $5. Dude, thank you, Josh. Thank you so much, brother. He says the real question that we want to know is, do you do commissions? Is your commission list open? And Josh just says, asking for a friend.
Right. Yes, Josh's friend. You just messaged me on Instagram. I've got a list that I think I should be able to get to in August. But I've got a couple different options, like, single character, different sizes, black and white, painted, stuff like that. And I do have original art, some of the original pages up on my website right now too.
I saw that. Yeah,
Yes, you did.
I was. Yeah, we may have been perusing earlier and
I've been
looking
shopping
at,
around.
Yeah. I think that Ice Cream Man cover is going to go up soon too.
Oh,
it hasn't sold yet.
Files.
Well, then, looks like someone
let you
needs
know.
to
I'll
start
message you
saving.
Appreciate it. Take out a second mortgage on the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy will be fine with it.
No.
But yeah, so speaking, well, once again, Josh, thank you so much for the $5, brother. And that is a great question because we want to support Jonathan. We also want to, see if maybe someone else can get in on the action, right? And so, speaking of Bear Pirate, though, we'd love to kind of go through the book a little bit and ask about the process, because so much of this almost looks like I kind of said earlier, it feels there's so much emotion on each one of these pages. Are you receiving scripts from the editor from the editing team? Well, actually, through Image, you guys probably don't have any editorial oversight, right?
There's no.
So this is coming straight from Sean.
Just Sean and I, yeah, and no. So this book, Sean and I, this was not sort of. This has been the most truly collaborative comic that I've ever worked on. Sean and I, it's a funny story. We're actually neighbors, so we didn't know this until we started working together. But we both sort of moved out of the city, moved out of New York around the same time to the same town in the Hudson Valley, like just about an hour outside the city, all around like within a couple of weeks of each other, truly. So we had connected online, and then eventually figured out that we live, literally walking distance to each other. So that was super beneficial. So, beating up and then figuring out the kind of project that we wanted to make, and then really like the bare bones of the first meeting, or the first like proper meeting, were like Bear, Pirate, Viking, Queen, probably something to do with like colonialism, some cool scenes on the water. There should be an action sequence, whatever, vague. And then Sean, came back with almost a poem, not a comic book script or a screenplay or a play. No page one, panel one, just like this is I think it was like 2 or 3 pages. This is what I'm thinking. And so I sort of broke that down, figured out, visually how I would tell that story, expanded on stuff, scrapped some stuff, and truly like the first the first that poem that he gave me, I think I turned around and was like, well, this is like, I don't know, man, this is like a 50-page comic already.
Oh wow! Oh my gosh!
Which Sean was like, well, I don't fucking care. Like, this is Image. Like, we can do whatever we want. Like, you're the ones to paint it. I was like, cool. So like we met up. We continued to meet up and sort of break the story and figure out where it was going. And I would be figuring out thumbnails, this sequence doesn't really work, so I think that we should do this. And Sean almost invariably was like, yeah, like, great. I trust.
Wow.
He was not precious. Well, I think partly it's his nature as a collaborator, which is, I can't praise enough that he was willing to have that sort of relationship with me, and I know other artists he's worked with where he has that relationship. But part of it too was like, as we were figuring it out, this wasn't Sean's story that I was commissioned to illustrate, nor was it my like paintings that I had to like find a writer to script a dialogue for. We really were building this thing together. And so I think that, like, I know from my point of view, it was, this thing doesn't work, I think we should go in this way. From Sean coming at me the same way, like, this art Shion's always complimentary, but like this art, if the art doesn't go in the direction that we need it to go, like I was thinking the story should go in another direction, and you have, let's say, like the pirates sailing off into the sunset here, when I really think that they need to like be crash into a desert island in this sequence, then we need to change the story, or we need to have that discussion, and we would either change the story or have the discussion, or both. So but back to like the script itself was like very open, very poetic, and actually in the trade in the collection that's coming out actually I think next month, in the back matter is one of the scripts, so you can see there'll be a not even a paragraph, but a couple lines of dialogue that all mark like this is a page, then this big chunk for the rest of the page is one page. Just however it makes sense for me to visually break it up. And again, working with Image, we were able to, they leave you alone. They're like, you want to make the book however long you want to make, that's fine. You can put the price tag on it however you want to price it, that's fine. They advise us as much or as little as we ask for, but it really is creator owned. So we're free to make the book that we wanted to make.
Was that challenging for you? Just him handing you a poem and you're like, no. I want a script. What the hell is this?
No, I actually love that. I like both. I have worked and enjoy working with both. Like both the page 1, panel 1, guy walks into a bar, orders a drink. Panel 2, he gets punched in the head. Panel 3, whatever. Equally, I like, bar scene violence next, and I have to figure it all out. There's a time and a place for both. This is way more difficult for me, for any artist. I'm doing more work. I'm figuring out the actual storytelling beats. But again, for a book like this, and for an art style like mine, I think where I do want to have that freedom to, the page that you have up now, I don't want to sell any writers short. Some writers are great visual storytellers too, but not a lot of scripts, I think, will say, page or panel 1, mid shot of the pirate, panel 2, close up of the bear, panel 3, mid shot of the pirate, but sort of a duochrome, with a heavy shadow. Panel 4, repeat the image of the bear, but just contours with an echo of the color. Panel 5, whatever, like specific visual, I don't know, bullshit, I guess, that I wanted to do, I was able to do because the script was so open.
You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry.
I was going to keep going, but as I not.
I just talked myself out of the room. I think that was one of the things that why I wanted to bring this page up, because I think the conversation that Kyle and Drew and I had was when we were looking at some of the pages, we were wondering if this was intentional, because there were a couple times where you had the character in full color, and then you would show another panel, and then they were completely visceral, like it was almost ghostly, right? Because you have the bear at this point who's translucent, and so you're wondering, I was almost wondering, I was like, is this just a creative choice just to kind of mix up the paneling, or is this a storytelling beat? Is this a method of what he's trying to tell us about the bear itself? And which kind of plays into your talking point about there's a difference between writers and then artists who are capable of compelling visual storytelling and sequential storytelling at that too. So when you were doing some of these moments where you have something like this, where you have like more of a translucent image of maybe a face where previously it was fully colored, is there something you're trying to say there, or was this just kind of a stylized thing that you just said that looks kind of cool? Either way, I'd love to hear.
The honest answer is both. There's some places where it was entirely, I want to paint this differently just because I think it'll look cool, or the page that you have up actually has a couple. There's a couple versions of that page because I couldn't figure it out.
Oh.
And that page is actually like 3 or 4 different pages and 3 or 4 different images on different boards and on different paper that I was able to, I wanted to change the paper, I want to change the technique on it, whatever. But some of it is in service to the story, but some of it is just me trying to do something that's visually interesting, or that I wanted to just challenge myself or change it up. I hope, or I was conscious. I never wanted to change stylistically to a distraction. Like I didn't want it to ever take away from the story. And if it didn't, in my mind, the stylistic changes don't necessarily have to be in service to the story, but it cannot distract from the story. Sure. So if I ever felt like it was like, well, this is weird, like now it's all in crayon for a page that doesn't service that story, then it doesn't matter. For a story, I think, that deals with sort of, especially in the first issue, we got a lot of people saying like, I don't think the bear is real, or is the bear his subconscious, or is the bear this, or is the bear that? And that was something that we very actively wanted to like play into. We wanted that reaction, and so visually, I'm able to play with that. Like the bear is like fully realized here, and then he's sort of a ghostly shape here, and then he's just a background here, and then whatever. So it can play into the story that way, and sort of justify me changing the look of the book or of certain panels.
It is really interesting to go from something that is so otherworldly, and then to go to something like this where it's like, this is a photo, right? Like this is just a photo of a boat. Like it's just like someone took a photo and put it in, and like it's incredible how you have the duality of both, where you're like in this dream state of, even when the Viking first shows up and you're like, is this real? Where are we? But then you have these real solid, like very actualized things that like the boat, or like the ocean, that are strong, really heavy inks, and it just feels like, man, these are just gorgeous. But I mean, even like the I don't know, would you call that like the rigging or the ropes and all the different, like I wouldn't even know where to start, right? It's so cool. So but it's beautiful.
Again, for a story like this, I thought, like the setting itself should be as grounded as possible and as like observed as possible, so that we all, as readers, even if we've not been pirates or on ships or whatever, we're like, that's a pirate ship, that's the ocean, and then what the fuck is actually going on, though? Like I know where I am, but I don't know where the story is taking me. I think was something that was in the back of my head for sure.
I like that a lot, because if everything has this kind of fantastical or maybe ghostly or whatever it may be, surreal type of quality to it, you can just kind of chalk it up to, well, maybe it's all just a dream,
Yeah.
But I think why it's special, like you said, is because it's grounded. There's verisimilitude. It's grounded in reality, and you're like, these things are real, but I don't know, like all these other things that are happening around it, I'm not really sure how to comprehend it. So I think this is probably my favorite page in the book.
Yeah,
this is one of my favorite pages in all of comics. Like this,
it's one of my favorite pages in the book.
Yeah, too. I'd hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to tell somebody what are comic books, you hand them this and say, this is what comic books are.
You point to this, yeah.
I actually, this is terrible for live. Give me 2 seconds. I have that piece.
Oh, you do? Oh my gosh, yeah. I would be thrilled to see that. People, get your wallets out.
Since I do work traditionally, it was
wow. Hold on. Do you mind if we I'm gonna go ahead and put you so
yeah.
That's beautiful.
So this is, obviously one part of it.
Sure.
Ink, oil. This is wood varnish, tape, a bunch of stuff.
Oh my god!
And then the individual panels were painted separately and then digitally. I don't create anything digitally, but I obviously have to format everything digitally for the print, so then put it all together on.
And that's not
Photoshop.
I love what's so cool too is like it's so non-conventional because normally you get a piece of art, we love buying original art and like you always get the 11x17 classic comic book page, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your stuff is like 16x21 or it's like wild, right? And that piece that you just showed off is like massive. I mean, it's a beautiful like almost headboard piece where you're putting that above a door frame or a piece of furniture. Like that is like a centerpiece to a collection. So how cool.
Thank you.
My God.
That's gorgeous. Do you find that with your work, do you tend to keep a lot of it for your family? Do you tend to like to get rid of it? Like, because I know that some artists, like you have someone like a Todd McFarlane, I don't think he sold a piece of original art ever. I mean,
yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, I mean, I've got, like, I'm less sentimental about it than I used to be, and there is a lot of it. Not a lot of it, but an increasingly large number of pages, and I love collecting original art too. So I'm putting up more and more originals, like on my website, or I bring stuff to conventions if I do that too. We'll spread it around, and I like showing off too. Like I love the fact that this piece gets a reaction like that from you guys, or that people like stop and look through the art, or like I had a show of some of the original pages down in Chelsea last month. We did like a showcase for when the book came out, and it's great. I love seeing original art, sharing original art.
Well, one gentleman that I know has a ton of original art who that he's also had some pieces of original art done for his own comics is our good friend Drew, or Dolan, aka Drew. What's going on, brother? Thanks for being here with us.
Not much, man. Hey, glad to be here. Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I love your work.
Yeah.
It has been an experience going to the comic book shop every week, buying your issue. It's every Wednesday is a trip. I love it.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
So speaking of conventions, Jonathan, do you have any that you are looking at potentially being at to where we might be able to see you or look through some of this or some of these original pieces that you're talking about?
No. As soon as I said that, I was like, what am I talking about? No, I don't have
because we're like, we'll be there, man.
I'm
sorry. As soon as I said, I was like, what am I actually saying? No, we were talking before we were recording. Like, we have a little baby.
That's right.
It's a little tougher to travel now. If any cons are watching or listening, like, I love doing stuff like that. And being invited out, but I haven't been able to like plan anything or apply for artist sallies or anything like that. For this year, but hopefully the next year. I do have some signings coming up. If you're in New York, for the Bear Pirate trade and what else do I have? It'll be on my Instagram, on my social media stuff, like as it gets closer.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, I do like doing cons, but nothing for the rest of this year, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. With the new baby, you are a father and a husband first, and we respect the hell out of that, and we want to honor that as much as possible. And
that's why I got to sell these pages. So
hey, there you go.
Formula's not cheap.
The diapers are expensive,
right? Yeah, it kind of piles up on you after a while. But and so speaking of your Instagram, I implore, you know what? No, I command the chat to please go follow Jonathan Marks Art. And if you haven't already, go check out his website, Jonathan Marks Art. And I will actually link these in the chat so you guys can check these out. But definitely, he'll be posting all of his updates on here. He's been on a couple podcasts. We'll post his most recent works. And speaking of which, I know that you were talking about the trade paperback. And with more people kind of moving over into the trade format, I think this is actually going to be a really great opportunity for you guys to, have Bear Pirate in that trade, because I think it's going to get a lot of traction. I don't know what Kyle, Drew, what do you guys think about having these 3 issues just fully in one trade? Because once it gets traction, I guarantee you, man, people are going to start screaming at these conventions. We were just at Dallas Fan Expo. Heroes Con, I think, has just happened. New York Comic Con, all these big places are just going to start going nuts for your stuff. But yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, 100%. And this series needs to be read like that.
Yeah.
Personally, it all has to be read at one time, one sitting, get it all out of your system. I have my thoughts. I'll kind of save them for later, but because I want to dive into this a little bit more, but that's what I think.
Well, I'm curious about your thoughts, actually, because I want to. It was something that Sean and I talked a lot about, was to have like the reading experience month to month almost be different to the reading experience that you would get if you read them all together. So I don't know which one, if one works better than the other, but I think it is a different experience.
I don't know, Kyle. I mean, this is more your realm, because I don't know if I had the same. I think everyone is going to read this and have a different experience, right? And I think that's kind of the beauty of it. No 2 people are going to read it the same way, because I was inferring things from that first issue where I was like, "Is this what they're trying to say, or is this what we're supposed to believe?" But then Drew and Kyle would say, "Oh no, I read it this way," or "I think this may be this might happen," right? So a lot of speculation, which is good word of mouth and things like that. But yeah, because we just recently read the 3rd issue, which came out, what was it, 2 weeks ago? One week ago?
The start of the month, beginning of the month.
Yeah, start of the month. Yeah.
Last week, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, I honestly, Kyle, I don't think I've heard your thoughts either. So if you want to share, I mean, please.
Shit!
By all means, I'd love to.
This is where you lose my favorite person on the podcast.
Yeah.
So
this is when you leave
wisely. Be careful. Yeah.
Go ahead and mute me now. No. So when I first read this the first time, because I had to read it multiple times, which could sound like a bad thing, but I'll get to it. So I read it the first time and I'm like, is this trying to be something it's not, or is this really good? And so Drew and I, when we had another YouTube channel, we were doing reviews. There was a book on there that will forever haunt me called 21st Century Men from Image Comics.
That's right. Yeah.
I said the same thing about issue 1 with that book. I'm like, this could be something really good, or it could be dog shit. Turns out it was dog shit. But in my opinion, it was shit. It was trying to be something it wasn't.
Book.
Yeah. And so I was afraid with this one, because I'm like, the first time I read it, I'm like, holy shit, this could be something great. Or it thinks it's something it is, but it really isn't. And then I read it again, and because the first time, honestly, your art, this book has to be read twice. Anybody that reads it once and thinks they get it, you didn't get it. Read it twice. That second time, I guarantee you have a better experience. So after I read it the second time, and I was fully to understand what my perception is of what you were trying to say with this and where it was going, I was like, holy shit, like this is amazing. And this is what I think this pirate character is. This is what I think the bear is. Now, personally, issue 1 is my absolute favorite.
Mhm.
It's great, start to finish. It's perfect.
Right.
Issue 2 is good. I like the Viking character. That's great. The intro to that, fucking phenomenal. I thought it was awesome. And then issue 3, I mean, you pretty much at the very end, you understand almost exactly like what it is, what the bear is, what it represents. So I have to commend you and Sean for telling a complete story and not leaving it so vague to the point where it's like, well, it's up to you, whatever you think. It's like, I fucking hate that shit. It's like, just tell me what it is. You're gonna have me read this long opus and just be like, so I have to, in my opinion, commend you for telling a complete story. I know you had a lot of pages to do it, and I'm glad that it was that long because I felt that it was needed to tell the story. But I feel like people that may not have understood it or didn't appreciate the art or were lost didn't fully actually get a chance to read it a second time to fully appreciate and understand what it was trying to do and what your art was trying to convey at the same time. So thank you.
So,
I dig it. Yeah, no, of course. Thank you.
so
yeah,
what you're
it's not for everyone. Obviously. But yeah, I think that the sort of more sensitive reader or more patient reader gets a little bit more out of it.
And was that the point? Was that what ultimately what you guys were trying to convey here? Like, hey, this is going to be challenging, but we want it to be that way.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Sean and I both will talk about the experience of reading a comic book. And as much as I love comics, and you guys clearly do too, like, I can read a comic on the toilet and have a, whatever 15-minute break from my day and then forget about it and then move on to something else. And that's fine. That's what comic books can be, for sure. But we wanted with this, because I don't know, we're both just pretentious assholes. Like Sean and I were like, we don't want to do that. With this book, we don't want to do that. We want it to be like honestly, like exactly what you're saying, where you're like, this is beautiful. What am I reading? I need to read it again. And then whether you like it or not, it's like, well, fuck you. You've already spent an hour reading it, so we got you.
Sucker. No.
But hopefully you enjoyed it. But like, you have that experience, and it's like, it is not even a better experience, but it is a different experience to like, if you read a lot of superhero comics, which again, like, I love, but sitting down to read a Batman comic and the Bear Pirate comic are different experiences. And that was something that we did have, like, or that was part of our intention.
Oh, good. I mean, I saved it last every week it came out. I saved it for last because I know I wanted to give it my full attention, regardless of whether I liked it or not. Now, I think the reading experience gets easier for each issue. Issue 1 is very like, you're jumping in with both feet and you're underwater and you're drowning with that bear, and it's like, let me up for air. I need like time out. what the fuck? But then by the time you get to issue 3, it's like, okay, I can breathe. Okay, I get it. I'm going.
Well, that issue 2 is your timeout, is your catch your breath. It's the most. I mean, it's only 3 issues, but number 2 is, for anyone who hasn't read the whole thing, I'll not spoil anything, but number 2 is the most straightforward. This happens, then this happens, then this happens issue, and then 100%. Hopefully we in issue 3 we stick the landing, and also there's some surprises in there that
there were.
Yeah.
I love what you said earlier, about the differences in comic books, because it's like movies, it's like TV shows, like you can spend, and I think that's the beautiful thing about art when it's taken seriously, and when people want to invest their time to tell these stories. You can read Bear Pirate and just read it and just look at the art and be like, man, this is gorgeous. Like, it didn't really make sense to me, but like, this is really cool and I liked it, right? Or you can take the time out of your day to analyze it and study it and read it again and be more pretentious about it, right? And be like,
Sure.
I want to try and understand what they're trying to say here, or I want more media literacy here. Like I want to try and come from a different place and understand it this way. And that's, I think, the beautiful part about it is like, there are comic books that like I can read in 5 minutes, and it's just like, this was so much fun. And you're just
Yeah.
like flipping the pages, right? And you're just like, oh my gosh, this was a blast. But then it's something special with another book where, like you said, it takes you an hour to read, just because you're either studying the art or trying to come to a conclusion about what the character is going through or trying to say. I think those both stories have such an impact on us as comic book readers and fans. And I think that's why it's really one of the best mediums out there. One of our good friends, Wes, who always says like comic books is his favorite medium, better than novels and movies and theater and whatever it is. Comic books is his thing, because he's like, you can do anything.
Yeah.
And I think that's really unique and rare about that piece of art, that craft.
It is, and it's not taken advantage of, I think, by and large in American comics. I think that the American comic book market is too limited in the stories that it tells.
Yeah.
Generally, I think that it's changing, and there's international influences, and there are great creators right now who are telling great stories. But I think historically, it's not necessarily been that way. So I love the celebration of comics that I think that we're in and like moving towards.
We just one of our favorite series right now is, at least, well, I can speak for myself because I just bought some art from this guy, but one of our favorite series, the artist is from Spain, and like we're seeing so much of his influence on the panels. I mean, he is just like pouring himself out. Titan Publishing is putting out the new Conan series with Jim Zub writing and Roberto De La Torre on art. And it's beautiful. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of these amazing artists from Italy. I mean, Drew, you have an artist, Aurelio from Italy, who's doing your piece, your crowdfunded book. There's so many beautiful artists that are coming from all over the place that are just that I hope influence our stories, because like European, European comics.
Roberto De La Torre is the big
too.
star. Roberto De La Torre is the one big star right now, and Fareed Karami. Those two are going to be.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I guarantee it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, plenty of other guys, and then but we're hoping that of course, guys from the States like yourself who can influence with your art as well. And I think that's the beauty of the storytelling that you guys are doing, is like just completely doing something completely different, and doing it under the Image, brand, and just being like, here's our story, and if you guys like it, cool. It takes a lot of guts to do that, and so we sure as hell appreciate it. So love it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it takes guts, and and to tell a actual meaningful, poignant story that does make sense. I was so afraid that I'm just like, man, issue 3 is gonna come out and it's gonna fucking suck, and I'm gonna have to sit here. But no, I honestly, I was very impressed, and I'm glad I stuck with it and I read it twice, because it could easily have been something that, like, yeah, it was a flash in the pan. It was one, yeah, okay, they had one great story, so what? They're not gonna follow this thing up, and I'm glad I got all 3 issues. I'm glad I backed the trade. I'm going to get that when it comes out. I already have it pre-ordered. So I'm curious the reading experience, reading it all at one time, how that will change. Because I think some readers may actually prefer that. I don't know. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like I said, I think that it was in the back of our heads that it will be a different experience. whether better or worse or just different, I don't know. But yeah, I think that if you read the trade not knowing anything about the story, then I think that will be the best way to go into it.
Oh, 100%. So, like, looking back now, are you happy with the product you produced? Do you look back and you're like, oh man, that panel could have been so much. Oh, I have a better idea for that. Oh, I should have gone with that. Like,
yeah, I mean,
have
both.
That.
You know, I actually just tonight am going through final edits for some trade stuff, and you know, I looked through it, I'm like, this is fucking good. I like it. I'm proud of it. Truly. Like, you know, not every panel, and there is definitely stuff where I'm like, that's not good. I didn't do that well, and you know, whatever. But like as a whole and as an artifact, no, I am proud of it. I think that Sean and I've said before, you know, we made the exact comic that we wanted to make with this. Wow. You know, the way that it looks, the way that it reads, the way that you know, where we were able to present it. This is the story. This is the Bear Pirate Viking story that we wanted to make, you know, without compromise. And that's amazing.
It's so difficult to get there too. I mean, because I can't tell you how many times I've heard from, you know, just the entertainment industry in general, where, you know, the artist's vision or the creator's vision is just gets sidelined because of whatever it may be, finances, timelines, you know, and so the fact that you can say like we're really proud of what we did here, and this is the story we wanted to tell. That makes me as a reader just so happy, you know, because it's like, man, we're seeing the actualized version of what these guys wanted to do, and that's so rad. So
yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was gonna. I've got a couple of super chats. It looks like a couple of. I don't know if they're necessarily questions, but I'll go ahead and read through these because Josh is on fire tonight. Jonathan, you mind if I get to some of these super chats real quick?
No, please.
We've got Zaxx for a member for 26 months. Gosh dang, man! Thank you for your support, brother. He says, Max, will you commit to watching Black Sails? I have it on my watch list. I definitely need to get to that. Jonathan, was there any influence from some of those shows or anything like that in some of your pieces or art? No, nothing like that?
No. I actually don't know what the title was. There's a French pirate comic that I was looking at.
Oh, Barracuda? No.
I truly don't know. And I don't even know if I have it in my studio or if someone else has shown it to me.
Yeah.
But that was like before Sean and I even were talking. That's what I was looking at. I was like, "Oh man, a pirate comic! Like that's fun. That's cool."
That sounds
not
awesome.
Thinking about drawing an actual fucking pirate ship.
I
immediately regret
even
this.
imagine.
Does you have to be a pirate on a ship?
Yeah.
Like really? You
pirate
want
on a raft in a snowstorm.
There you go.
Yeah. That's so funny. I feel like I've heard of that comic before, and I'm trying to remember where it was from. But yeah, we'll figure it out. We've also got Josh coming in here, dude, for another $5. Thank you so much. He says, I'll trade Max for that original art. He can't cook, but he's a great chauffeur. He's also good at cleaning, security, and lifting heavy things. Well, I am honored, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And it's true. I can't cook. It's quite embarrassing, but you know, I make up for it in other ways. So that's good. We've also got Josh, dude, you are insane tonight. Thank you for the 5 again. He goes, I vaguely, and I remember, I was sober enough to remember this as well.
I remember this too. I remember.
Yep. I vaguely remember Kyle spending hours, and hours is not an over-exaggeration, telling comic fans about the book at a meetup. So
I got a photo.
We do. We have photo evidence. Jonathan, we recently went to Dallas Fan Expo, and during that period of time, we had a meetup of all the YouTube creators and comic book creators kind of in this sphere, and it was such a fun time. And so we got to go, and a lot of the fans came out and wanted to talk to us. And so they were like, what do you guys think about this book or this book? And we're kind of going, it's all right, it's fine, but you know what you should read? And then Kyle, for the next 2 hours, just went to town on Bear Pirate, and it was a lot of fun to watch that.
Amazing.
So hopefully you made a fan
me at the right time. I don't know what it was. It just when a book just happens to hit me at the right time, like my creative juices just start flowing. I'm just like, this book is so fucking amazing, and it's on so many levels. But then I'm like, maybe it's not. I don't know, but I think it is. And something like that even gets a conversation started. Because even the three of us on this, when the issue 1 came out, we were all varying of like someone's like, I don't like it. I thought it was overly stylized. I couldn't understand what was going on. The art didn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm like, this book's fucking amazing. I think you're not reading it right. You need to read it again. And then it was just like indifferent, like, whatever, take it or leave it. I'm like, the fact that this book can make the three of us disagree vehemently on what it is, I'm like, that is worth conversation. I don't care what it is, good, bad, or indifferent, because we read a lot of crap, and then we read a few books that are very, very good.
Yeah.
And anything that sparks that conversation, I'm like, that is great. That is a great book.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Love it or hate it. Indifferent is the worst. But
yeah,
you know,
I know.
What was it? P.T. Barnum said, it doesn't matter what they say about me as long as they spell my name right.
So no, I felt the need to tell people about
Hell
this
yeah.
book.
I appreciate that. I mean, that I will say that, like, you are not alone in that. And I think that for someone like me who is not known, and for someone like Sean who's, you know, has done a bunch of different projects, you know, just word of mouth was fucking invaluable. Like having shops. I went to one of the shops around here and didn't introduce myself, but I asked about the book. They're like, oh no, we sold out. Like, I've heard a lot about that book. I was like, fuck yeah. Good. Both are good that you sold out, and good that like other people are asking about it.
Yeah.
Because that, you know, that means a lot. And we want shops to be able to sell it and be excited about it. And we want fans to be able to, you know, talk about it and stuff. So awesome. Thank you guys.
Of course. Yeah. It's there's nothing worse than when you feel kind of apathetic towards a book or a character. Like, at least, you know, when when it's just like, when it's a meh, or it's like, or sometimes because our rating system is basically, we'd recommend you buy this book. We'd give it like a meh. You know, sometimes books are just kind of like, take it or leave it. If you have some extra money, pick it up. And then we have our skip it's, which are just like, not worth your time, not worth your money. You know, don't read this one. Don't pick it up. And we've actually had some books that we've put in the skip it's pile because we've had such apathy toward, where it's just like, there's no redeeming quality that we have to say we have to skip it. But with your book evokes so much emotion, regardless, you know, with all sorts of different people, whether it's confusion, whether it's enlightenment, you know, like for a lot of people, they were like, this is the book I've been waiting for. So there were so many different aspects of people that were talking, and so, like, you know, conversations surrounding the book, that in it of itself is very rare for a comic to have, or I guess a more mainstream comic to have. So it was really cool to have those conversations about Bear Pirates. Was this potentially the book you were thinking of? At least this is the one I've seen before. I think this is a French creator, but this is the one I've heard of. Because
that's cool. No, I don't think that I don't recognize that cover or that art.
Okay, no worries. I was like, I swear I've heard it, or I've seen it before, maybe, but I've heard good things about it. There's also another French creator that's done, I believe, the Black Moon Chronicles, and also Requiem, I think. But there's some beautiful European creatives within the industry. And then I also wanted to get to Jack's comment, because Jack says the layout of the covers reminds me of the first comic covers for Lone Wolf and Cub.
100%.
I could see that a lot.
As 100% homage slash.
Oh, really?
Like,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
those
cool.
layouts. That's actually something that we did that I fought for with Image. Not, I mean, they advise one way or another, but for comic shop owners too, like anything that's formatted differently, sized differently, where the cover title is placed someplace else, whatever. It's like, I don't know. Shut the fuck up. It's like it was 100% an homage to the Lone Wolf and Cub.
Dang, Jack called it.
Yeah, the vertical panel on the end.
Yeah. How cool. Well, I mean, it's a beautiful story to homage. I mean, those books are incredible. I mean, even you look at media like Mandalorian, and I'm sure, and I even heard people saying like, this reminds me a lot of Lone Wolf and Cub. So I know that there are a lot of things that have kind of taken from that story and borrowed things from it, but or at least influenced it. So
yeah, for sure.
But we want to be respectful of your time, and we know that we've hit the hour mark with you. But I wanted to just check and see if Kyle and Drew had maybe one last final question for you before we take off. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. This is a 2-part question. First off, how long did this book take you to actually do start to finish? And secondly, what do you have coming down the pike after this? Do you have something you're working on right now that you can share?
Yeah. The book took about a year. So not actually a crazy amount of time.
Okay. Yeah.
From let's say start to first issue out was about a year. A little bit more.
Wow. That's not bad, actually.
Damn, that's fast.
No, not crazy. I mean, and again, like as much work as it was for me to figure out the scripts and the timing and the blah 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 blah, the workflow itself is so much easier because I'm telling the story, or I'm telling the visuals of the story exactly how I want to. Yeah. So I'm not, any stumbling blocks I hit are my own fault for like I'm not telling this in a coherent way, or like I chose to draw a sequence that was in outer space, so I have to figure out how to do that now, or whatever. So yeah, but I mean, let's say a year. It was probably longer than that, but not by a whole lot. And coming out next, I can talk about. I'm doing some work with Bad Idea right now. Some stuff that's going to be in the Megalith collection, I guess.
Yeah.
With Matt Kint and Luis Rosa. Yeah. And Sean and I have some stuff that we're working on, and that's
Okay. We can't say anything.
You guys to call CB so I can get on that Wolverine Weapon X.
I'll try anything I can.
I know, right? Hey, we'll stand outside of Marvel headquarters with picket signs. JMB for Wolverine.
I completely forgot about Bad Idea. I completely forgot about them, just because they've been kind of silent like the last several months with
projects. I don't know how they work, to be honest. Like how they put stuff out, but I know the next wave that I'm contributing to is like in the works, and some of the stuff I've seen is beautiful from other artists. So,
I think you said Luis La Roca.
Luis La Rosa, I think.
La Rosa.
On Megalith. Yeah, he's amazing. He's does like this amazing, beautiful gray washes, marker and ink wash. He did a book at Valiant that I love. I think at Valiant called Savage. He's a big dinosaur nerd, and he's done some dinosaur adjacent comics, which is fucking dope. So
yeah. I think so. Megalith, correct me if I'm wrong. I think I backed because they were doing like the Megalith big absolute volume or whatever, and I backed it because I continue to get emails that are like, all right, Lewis just finished this page, and they'll send that grayscale page out.
Yeah.
So you'll be on that
That's
project.
going to be in that. Yeah. There's
Nice. Ooh, good deal. Good deal.
Okay.
All right.
There's some other stories that I'm working on in that.
The
Cool.
universe, huh? Well, hey, I haven't been with a bad idea in a very long time, so you may get me back over there. So
we put Bad Idea on the back burner after a while.
Yeah.
But hey, they had some good stuff with Robert Venditti doing a dinosaur book. I think Robert, he was doing Tankers.
Yeah. That's coming back too.
I think
Nice.
they're putting out a big hardcover. Isn't he doing something big for that?
Yeah.
Sounds right. Oh no! All right, guys. I guess we're gonna have to get back on the Bad Idea train.
Oh,
no. Yeah, I don't think anyone really knows how it works. You buy a donut and you get a free comic.
Yep, buy a donut, get a comic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jonathan, once again, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. This was an absolute pleasure, man, to hear your process, to gather some insights from you as a creator. And we sincerely wish you the best. And we will continue to promote you. And the next work that you do, whether it's, the trade comes out or the megalith stuff, we will make sure to either give you a call or reach out to you on Instagram and see if we can have you back to talk more about some more projects.
Anytime. This was super fun. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome, thanks again, Jonathan. I appreciate it. You truly put out something that is amazing and is worth reading and reading again. That's the highest praise I can give it. It's read it twice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's rare to do that. So, well, sweet. We'll send you off, and unfortunately, the guys and I still have work to do because we read a few comics this week that we have to review. But yeah, Jonathan, once again, it was a pleasure, and we look forward to talking to you soon and seeing.
Hell yeah, 100%. Yeah, guys, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks, awesome, Jonathan.
Of course.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Take care. Thanks again.
See you, man.
That was fun.
Awesome. Yeah. Man, he has some like looking back at more of his work, he's got some great insight on how he does this process. The fact that Drew, I don't know if you were here for this. He said that Sean gave him a poem and he made like 50 pages from it. Like
that was his script for the book, was a poem.
It was a poem.
And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what to do with this.
and it just good.
Drunken ramblings.
Yeah. It gives me so much respect for him. The fact that like this whole book is his. It's like we can probably attribute it to Sean, but like realistically, Bear Pirate is Jonathan's.
It's a 90-10. It feels like doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, if we're being real. So
nothing makes sense. A bear spelled wrong. What the hell?
Yeah.
Josh, keep it in your pants, all right? This is our distinguished, honored guest. Okay.
He's ours. Back off.
Yeah, we found him first.
Yeah, he's a learned guest.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a very talented artist that and it's what's crazy is like, you know what that's what we need to do. We need to just get this channel to like 10,000 subs and just preach it from the mountaintops. Screw the new Uncanny X-Men books. If you guys aren't following Jonathan Marks, if you guys aren't following Shane Connery Volk, if you guys aren't following Roberto De La Torre and who's the other one you mentioned, Drew?
Fareed
Karami. You're wrong. You just are wrong.
You're wrong. You don't know comic books.
I mean, there are objective facts in this world, and that is an objective fact. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah. The guy uses wood varnish on his fucking comic book to create a film.
It's so cool.
He uses wood varnish.
It's so cool. So please, chat. I implore y'all for anyone who's watching, go. Here's the trade. Here's what the trade looks like. Go order this trade paperback. You will not be you will not be regretting this purchase. It is gorgeous. Every panel is intentional and has purpose. It's beautiful. So, and go follow him on Instagram and go by his website. And go, like, guys, his pieces of original art. Are you kidding me? This page is only $700. I know $700 seems like a lot of money, but comparatively to what you normally spend on original art, that
For
is
this kind of art, yeah.
You are stealing this stuff. This is 16.5 by 21.
Kyle, there you go.
It's already sold, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Because I bought it. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, if only.
Yeah, no shit.
But yeah, go ask him for commissions or go buy some. Ooh, this one's nice. The Viking just, yeah.
I have reached out to him and asked him about a cover. And we'll see.
There you go. But yeah, definitely go support him. Because I would love to see more work from this guy.
100%.
Hey, someone bought it looks like someone bought the cover.
That's the cover.
To issue 3.
Very nice.
Long live the Queen.
Long live the Queen. Sweet. I love that the page that we both were like, this one's our favorite. This is the best page in comic books. He's like, oh, you mean this one that I have framed? And then
it's like,
it's like,
thank you, not Todd McFarlane, who just has it sitting in a shelf somewhere collecting dust.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Probably not even in a shelf, probably in a storage unit. Just
sitting on tops of other tens of thousands of dollars worth of his art. Oh, here's an ASM 300 cover. Oh yeah, that's just sitting here in a pile of crap. It's like, Jesus. So yeah, I'm glad he got it framed at least.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
All righty. So let's see here. I am that's not the right one. So before we get into comics, I do have a few little quick things to show off real quick. Because we have some show and tell. Or do we not?
Yeah,
Kyle?
I got one to show off.
Oh, you do, Drew. Oh, very well. Well, who wants to go first? I just have. I'm not showing off the big boy tonight.
Oh, you're not.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting till next week. So. Yeah.
So I got this in the mail today. It's the Lobo big. Yeah.
Wow.
Big Dragon Compendium. This
that's
sucker
a
is
big
massive.
old. That's a thick boy.
Yeah, that's a Walking Dead compendium.
Yeah, it's very fitting for Lobo. Very fitting for Sheriff Lobo. So yeah.
So that collects the first and second mini. So that's Lobo and then Lobo's back.
Oh, dude, it's got the first appearance in Omega Men. Along with Lobo miniseries, Lobo 0 through 9, Lobo Annual, Lobo Paramilitary Christmas Special, Lobo's Back, Lobo's Blazing Chain of Love, Lobo Infanticide, Lobo Portrait of a Victim, Lobo American Gladiators, Lobo Convention Special, Lobo Comfort with God, Lobo. It's got everything. It's massive. What all is in this damn thing? It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Good pickup.
I do love how it says in the back. It's got his very first appearance. The Omega Man. Just ignore the hair and the outfit.
Nice.
On the back.
Did you pick that up from the shop or did you order that?
I got it off Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Good price.
Yeah, I think it was like with shipping $50.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I'll go next because Kyle has something little. So this is not a comic book. This is actually a book, like a book.
A real book.
Look at this.
Whoa,
like they're
words.
They're pages and words and letters. Ugh.
Yes, because no pictures, a lot of type.
Yeah. I don't know what I was thinking, but It is a Conan book.
Oh.
Blood of the Serpent, and it's published by Titan. And the reason why I found out about this, or why I knew about this, is because Roberto Della Torre told me that he's actually got some art in here. So if you guys want some more Roberto Della Torre art that is not in some of the Conan comics, you can see that in this book here. So I'm going to try and find some pages. I thought he had like a Red Sonja page in here too, which is super sexy.
Ooh.
Let's see. Can you guys?
Yeah.
She's covered up. What the hell is that?
Yeah. It's not.
I
It's not.
think-
Yeah.
So in the Savage Sword of Conan this week, I think there's an excerpt from that book in the issue.
That is a different book, but
different book. Okay.
same publishing company and everything, and so yeah. But so I picked this bad boy up, so I'm gonna read that, and I hear it's really good. And in the same vein as Robert E. Howard, the Saga of Solomon Kane. So another big book, but this includes almost every appearance of him in the Savage Sword of Conan books from the 70s. So that's all the John Buscema stuff. So these are, all black and white. It has, I think, the only books. So here's like the table of contents. The only books that it does not have is the 6-issue miniseries that came out from Marvel called Sword of Solomon Kane or something like that. Savage Sword of Solomon Kane. And those are the 6 books that are not in here. But everything else is encapsulated in this book, and I've really been getting into Solomon Kane stuff. So he's got some really rad stories.
There was a good Solomon Kane short story in the Savage Sword of Conan this week.
There was probably the best one out of the 3 because it kind of culminated everything. Like it had a finalization, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. So that was good. And the art on the Solomon Kane.
Oh, it's fan-fucking-tastic.
Yeah, Patrick Zurcher. Yeah.
Yeah.
He wrote it and illustrated it. Yeah, go figure.
So good.
Perfecto. Yeah, it's so good.
What we're talking about it. I mean, what's great about that issue this week of Savage Sword is that there's a lot of illustrator told stories. He's not the only one. Alan Qua, he did a silent issue.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah, it
was. This is sad. This is real
shocking.
sad.
That's shocking. That's shocking. Shocking.
It's over a month now.
Oh my god.
So, Josh, Kyle and I both have pieces of original art that you now still do not have.
Let's just say, and what's even funnier about that is that I have a full short story completely illustrated and done in that amount of time. That's ready to go.
Yeah.
My book will see the light of day before Josh gets his original art.
Gosh dang. I'm sorry, Josh. That's not okay. We need to contact her. But we're hoping that you get it soon. Because we'll have you on so that you can show it off, because we want you to show it off here. We because I know it's going to be stunning. It's just you have to have it. You have to actually have it in your hands.
You can anybody could just take them. Hold.
Anyone can
the
just
reservation.
And the speaking of which, the last thing that I'll show off. Oh, what's that?
Are you?
Oh no, we'll wait till.
You're just you tease.
Yeah, why does it say fragile? Muy fragile.
Muy fragile. Must be Italian.
Muy fragile. I ordered an Italian poster from Roma, but we'll show that off next week, because I'm afraid that if I take it out again, I'll have like a semi-chub and I won't be able to stand up or anything. So, and that's not, terms of service for YouTube. So I have to be careful. So I want to make sure that I have opened it properly and that I'm
Mm.
taking care of it and everything. And yeah, it's gonna change the channel. it's
I'm not allowed on here anymore. Like after once that is shown, I can't show up anymore.
It's a life-changing piece.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know why MG is not here in the chat to talk crap about all of his. I have this piece. I have the first issue of the cover of this original piece of the.
Because he knows
But
he can't even. It's like you're in a different league now. He can't even.
But
compete.
he doesn't have this
Exactly.
He doesn't have this.
He's a piece of shit compared to you now. So.
I mean, might as well be. Did you guys see the Muy Fragile on here? I mean, come on, yeah,
it's real handmade quality shit we're talking.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited for you guys to see it next week. And I also need to actually take a video of it so that I can show it off as well. But speaking of original art and, you know, kind of within that realm, Kyle, did you have any comics or anything that you wanted to show off tonight?
I do have a piece of original art, but I did want to shout out real quick. I did get my Nexus Scourge.
Oh yeah.
Hey, nice.
The hardcover from Mike Barron.
Very nice.
Yeah, this bad boy showed up. So I'm happy to get that. And this was signed by Mike and Kelsey Shannon, who was the colorist.
Hell yeah.
So I haven't got a chance to crack her open yet, but I am.
Oh, that cover is so cool.
Oh, cover's badass. Yeah. And so it came with a bunch of goodies. There's a poster of this cover in there, a sticker and some other stuff. So yeah, it showed up. I forgot I backed it, but I was like, oh, that's right. Damn, that came out fast. Like this was quick. So
nice.
I usually have to wait 1 or 2 years. So
yeah, normally with a crowdfunded book, it's like, oh, I have 3 children now. Oh, my book showed up. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Yeah.
Like next thing you know, I've moved twice, and I'm like, oh shit.
Which is why they always are like, complete your surveys because your address may have changed in the 16 years that we've you know, and it's like
more than likely it changed.
More than likely you moved, started a new career, had a family, got divorced, married again, and then moved. So.
Correct. Yeah. All of that happening. Yeah. But the big boy here,
Ooh.
I bit the bullet and I did pick up a piece of original art from a book called Snowman from one Matt Martin. I did indeed pick this bad boy up.
Dang. That's the coolest. When we were looking at the pages that night, this was the coolest page by far.
I mean, this guy, when I'm looking at this, like, he made no mistakes. Like,
so
it's unbelievable.
I was wondering that. I see 0 pencil marks on here.
None.
Man.
I couldn't find any. I'm sitting here.
Is there any whiteout? Is there
no whiteout on there? No whiteout.
Wow.
That's unbelievable. That's not.
Yeah. I don't even know how that's even possible. Like with some of these, I mean, nothing. There was no mistakes.
It's so clean.
Yeah.
Like it's too clean.
It's so clean. I was like, this is fake. I'm like, this isn't even real. And I'm like, no, because if you, I can see how hard he pressed on the pen in some of these spots. But yeah, this is legit. But yeah, no mistakes. I barely see any pencil marks on here.
See, like when you were zooming in on the fur of the coat and then also the musculature on the horse here and like some of the darker inking and some of the stuff. I'm looking around and I'm like, no way. Like he printed this, right? Like I don't know how I don't see any eraser marks, pencil lines. Even sometimes like the ink will bleed a little bit.
Yep.
I'm astonished that this was the end result, man.
Yeah, and you can see why it takes him so damn long to do a book. This is one fucking page of this book. I'm like, Jesus, like
My God.
How long did this take you? 6 months to do this one page? Like it's unbelievable. So this thing is absolutely gorgeous, and I'm very happy. $200 for this.
You bastard.
Yeah,
You
and I'm
absolute. Yeah.
I was telling my wife. She was like, "You spent what?" I'm like, "Yeah, I know. It's crazy."
And she's like, "You spent $200 of our money?"
Yes, no,
And you're
my
like-
money. No, okay.
Dude, no, seriously. I don't remember a piece of original art ever going for $200. Right.
This shouldn't. I told her, I'm like, this should go for $2,000.
Yeah. Easy.
Easy.
Let's see what chat is saying here real quick. Josh, I see what you're trying to say here for my birthday, so I appreciate it. Your package is out in the mail as we speak, so you shall also be getting your Spectre books. So there you go.
Oh.
But yeah, I don't know, Josh. Can you top the fact that Drew got me issue 1? Drew and Kyle both got me issue 1 of the Savage Sword of Conan. So
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, that huge collection of just sitting in.
Yeah.
Oh, the smell was amazing.
Yeah.
Those because it is true newsprint. It's like magazine newsprint, just like waft it. Gets you
good
high.
shape.
Oh.
The shape of those books were just unbelievable.
They were nice, yeah. And especially because magazines tend to get roughed around a little bit more. So
yes.
yeah.
Especially 50-year-old magazines. Yeah.
Yeah, sitting in some Rubbermaid tub in some basement somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Jack Frost says, "Where is chat?" I don't know. Where is chat tonight? You guys have been, it's been kind of quiet, kind of slow, but that's all right. Hopefully they'll watch on the replay. Nuke. So this topic that you are bringing up, I am actually about to talk about it right after this. So we will talk.
Before that, Max, I sent an image in the group chat for the.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you can share that before you get to that.
You got it, man. There's MG. We were just talking about you. Your ears must have been ringing. We said, "How was bearded Viking who pirated images on the internet?" MG, I would highly recommend you go back and watch it because it was excellent. The guy is really, really great. Very, very in tune with his craft as a storyteller and as an artist. I actually really enjoyed what he had to say, man. So, oh my gosh.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with having 2 copies.
Oh, phooey, 2 copies.
Oh, dang. Well, one can be a reader and one can be a graded,
There you go.
Or I can send it back to you, Josh. I don't want you having to pay that much money, but thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Plus others. MG says the cheapest I ever got was a page from the Scorched #2 for $350. It has Spawn, Medieval Spawn, Gunslinger, and Redeemer. Nice. He's stopped selling pages after I got that steal. Wow. All right. I was talking to the owner of my my comic shop here in California. He and I were talking original art because he's a big original art guy too, but he has a portfolio, right? So he has the book that has the pages in it, and he just flips through all his pages, and he collects them vehemently. But he said that this is a bad time to get into original art now because it's more expensive than it's ever been. He said when he was collecting, like early, these guys would sell pages for $10. 10 doll hairs.
Yeah, because there wasn't a market. There really wasn't a market for it.
There was no market. They're thinking
Neil Adams pretty much created the market for that stuff. Because a lot of these guys were just, a lot of them, I suggest everyone listen to the Kevin Smith, Neil Adams interview. It's fully connected now. It's like 5 hours. But Neil talks about how back in the day at DC Comics, these guys, they would pull their old art out of the drawers and slice it all up, cut it up, throw it away. There are who knows how many years and decades of original art that is gone and lost because the artists never got it back. It belonged to DC. Neil Adams changed all that. The artists got it back. But who knows how many books are lost at the time because of that shit.
Damn, then that's so sad because at that time they were just like, I'm never gonna. What am I hanging on?
Yeah,
to this? It's nothing, right?
yeah. Well, not just that. No, they don't. Oh, they didn't have it. It was DC's books, so a lot of them would just
Right.
cut it up. They'd be like, yeah, I'm just cutting it up, whatever. And people, and Kevin Smith are like, what? Why? Reasons? Like you're looking for logic. There's no logic to this, and
That hurts my
cutting
heart
it up
so much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we're seeing with statues too, man. The statue collecting hobby is really hurting too. It's now becoming a rich man's game. Like it is only for people of like a certain level of status. Even like because I've seen statues that have come out where I've been like, oh, I'd love to add that up here. I can't afford it anymore. Like it's completely out of my price. I'm priced out of my own hobby. So statues are tough. Original art has gotten tougher. And the question is, do they hold their value? Like we haven't seen enough history to say, does original art hold value? Do statues hold value? And if they do, are we going to be able to sell them? Now, granted, all this stuff I would never want to sell, which is important, I think, as a collector. You want to buy what you like and collect. What is it? Buy what you like, collect what you want.
Collect what you want, yeah.
That sounds terrible.
Because it's a stupid slogan. But if you do that, you'll never be upset because even if you do have to sell it, regardless, you love that piece. Or even if you can't sell it, you're just like, hey, you know what? I'm happy to have this because this was something that was important to me. So yeah. But yeah, do you guys see original art going up or down?
It depends on the book and the creator. Honestly, it depends on the artist.
I think I see it going up because everything is digital.
It's only gone up. Yeah, well, not just that. Well, yes, there's that, and the fact that original art has only gone up. It's not gone down. It's like your store owner has said, the prices have only escalated. So yeah, there's always going to be a market for that.
Yeah, at the very least, it'll plateau, and it's like, okay, this is where it's at. And I mean, I don't buy this to then flip it in 5 years or 10 years. Exactly. It's like I don't care about that per se, and I never will. So to me, it doesn't matter. But I do see it going up. I just think collectibles at the market, everything is just crazy right now. You look at fucking baseball cards, all this bullshit. Everything is fucking going up in price.
Yeah. One thing I've learned, I forget who said it, but there are more people, young people now, like Gen Y and such, who are not investing in the stock market at all, but they're investing in collectibles. That's where a lot of the money is going now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, big time.
So what about the Pokemans?
That's huge. Pokemon is fucking massive than anything else. Like Pokemon is bigger than anything we could ever even fathom.
Well, no wonder the Logan Jake Pauls of the world are taking advantage of that bad boy.
Trust me, if I had every Series 1 Pokemon card. I had that entire fucking collection. Yeah. Because it came out when I was in 5th grade. I was collecting that shit. I would get the booster packs.
Yeah, but were they any good quality? Because it's just like comics. Everyone says, oh, I had the first appearance of this thing. But it's like ripped in half and crayon on it. And it's like, you're never going to sell
these were all in great condition. I kept them in sleeves. I had binder. I had a full binder full of all of those.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
And they were lost in time. Now I could fucking retire.
Yeah, no, of course. Of course. Yeah, to be fair, I do think Pokemon is pretty cool. I never really got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I love the aesthetic of Pokemon. I think it's like those cards are just, the artists on those cards are great. And the Magic cards are just like, oh my God, those are paintings, man. Magic cards are gorgeous.
Magic's stupid, but yeah, they really are cool cards.
I don't get the game. Our comic shop has a Magic night where they do Magic the Gathering nights. I can't get into it. I don't get it, but oh well. Yeah, and it's always what the market is driving for. Like if people, just like the Jim Lee stuff with his commissions, if people want to buy Jim Lee art, he can charge whatever price he wants because they'll pay it. Right, the market dictates the price. So
yeah, is it stupid? Yeah, whatever.
Well, yeah, the Force has money to spend.
Say again, Drew. Sorry.
Plenty of divorced dentists with money to spend.
Yo, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nuke says, do you guys keep your original art in a fireproof safe? Oh.
Mine's up on my wall. All my stuff, all my OA is up on my wall.
Well, this one's just sitting right here, but yeah, most of it's on the wall for me.
Kyle's like, he's like, where's mine again? I don't know where mine.
This piece of shit. Yeah, that is.
You see, this is what happens if you hang around with Sean too much. I mean, he's using an Incredible Hulk graded book for a coaster. Yeah, he's gonna start keeping that, using that lying around. Yeah, using that for a napkin.
He was a bad influence. Bad Betty Budman. Betty Budman. So speaking of original art and some beautiful pieces, Drew, what do we got going on here?
So this is the second to last page from Aurelio. Second to last page of the book.
This black and white one?
And, yep, right here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And so this is the aftermath of what happened, all the chaos that's ensued in the warehouse. So there they are. She's transformed back, and he's transformed back, and they're just like, "What the fuck happened? What the hell happened in this damn warehouse?"
Dude. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I can take one guess, and it involves this guy.
Yep, that's part of it.
Yeah.
And that guy.
Yeah, look at this bloody, gory, lovely mess.
Yes, this lovely unholy nightmare. Yeah,
it is a beautiful, holy, unholy nightmare. Max didn't even read that last comment he highlighted. Oh well. No, I do not keep. If you're talking about this one, I do not keep my art in a fireproof safe. I didn't even know that those were available. Well, I mean, I knew safes were available, but like,
that'd be a big safe. Yeah,
that'd have to
like
be
a gun safe almost. I'm like,
yeah,
I should have a gun safe, in all honesty, but I don't,
because it's such a, it's like it's not easily, so. I don't know.
Yeah, they're expensive. They're
easily
heavy.
stored.
They're a pain in the ass. They're a true pain in the ass.
Insure. I don't think you can.
Yeah, you can.
Insure.
You can insure anything you want, but is it worth it to add? Like, I could add this to my homeowner's insurance, but fucking $200. Like, what the fuck am I gonna like? That's retarded. Like, I could insure everything I own, and then I could be like, okay, well, I want to take out a policy for however much I think the value is of all my stuff. Am I going through all of it? No. So I'm not doing it. But.
I was about to say, to be fair, like when I was talking to my insurance guy, I was telling him like, well, I have a lot of collectibles, and he's like, I can't do anything with that. You want me to insure collectibles? He's like, come on, there's no objective value to that. And I was like, okay, but I bought it for this, and he's like, I don't care if your Superman statue costs whatever amount of bullshit, like it's not. I can't insure that. So I was like, oh well. But
I shared with you an image we can show, Max. I shared you with
that's image. Right. Shoot, I didn't pull that off. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. So you want to give a little bit of backstory to this bad boy?
Yeah, so it's an artist I found on Insta, and I said, I love your stuff. What do you think of doing a possible cover for me? And he said, sure, there's my price. And I was like, done. I sent you the money right away. And I said, I want this right now. So I paid for it. It's mine. I own it. I can do whatever I want with it. I can put it on t-shirts. I can put it on posters.
Well, Sean's approved you to do that. Sean said he can do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
it's mine.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's yours or not because it kind of sucks. But I mean, I'll show it if you want.
You
but,
can show it.
It
sucks, but so I had this guy do this, and I'm like, fuck yes, this is exactly what I want.
It's Chief Woodenhead. It's Chief Woodenhead. I love it.
So I told him, look, I have a 6-issue series, and I want one of these for all 6 issues. A portrait profile just like this for each issue. So he said, sweet, just let me know, I'm down. So I said, here's just a small taste. And yeah, I was absolutely blown away. I gave him very little instruction about what I wanted, and he produced this. So
it's It's really rad, man. I love the face, and I really also enjoy the blood splatter. It's not even blood splatter, right? But it's just, I don't know. It just seems more ghostly,
Yeah, it's
because this is
chaotic.
almost kind of like a spirit, an entity, right?
Right.
More so than a person. Like he's a possessed entity that is just going to ravage this. I don't want to give anything away,
I
but
know. I know.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
just
yeah,
it's
that's what I told him, and that's what I wanted.
yeah.
And he was like, "Cool." It took one revision to get this.
Wow.
So
Well, looks
hell
like you
yeah.
found a good one then. That's awesome.
For now, we'll see. But yeah, I wanted it as a virgin cover, so hopefully we can get a whole series of these.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
That'll
let's
be
see what Sean
sick,
says.
man.
Yep. He's already down.
Okay.
Josh says, I want to write comics so I can share images. Oh, wait.
Hush, hush.
Oh,
Oh, interesting.
Josh. Josh, what are you doing behind the scenes that we don't know about? Little
Hey, a little sneaky sneak.
little passenger princess. What are we talking about here? If how did we not even know about that? Interesting.
Why has no one told
Okay.
me about this?
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to stay hush about it. Just like plenty of the other creative projects that we all of our friends have in the works, and Drew, I think have told me about more projects that I can't talk about than projects that I can, which is exciting,
ridiculous.
but is also
Yeah.
very very true. So
Yeah, I was the reason why I'm late, 'cause I was hanging out with Murphy, who's running a lot of these campaigns and in charge of a couple of them, a few of which are going to be at New York. And she was like, "Holy shit, you're doing like over a dozen right now." I'm like, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. And at least 8 of them I can't talk about. It's driving me nuts.
Oh no. Oh, that must be so killer to not be able to
It
talk
is.
about that. Yeah. Well, on to our next kind of few topics here, and I'll let you guys choose. I'll let y'all pick. Do you want to talk about Daniel Warren Johnson Beta Ray Bill controversy? Do you want to talk about?
I don't know about that at all.
Yeah,
Oh,
same here.
wow.
What is this?
What is that? You can't. That's of course what you're leading it with. You can't just say that and be like, and moving on.
Well, I mean, we'll cover all of these, but it just depends on what order. If you want, we can start there. That's fine.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
Well, let's start there. We'll start with that then, since I've piqued your interest.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, when I show you this page, what does your media literacy tell you? So in the first issue of Beta Ray Bill, Bill has just kind of been outdone by Thor. Fing Fang Foom shows up, and he is venomized, because this was during the time that Donny Cates is doing his Venom stuff and his Thor stuff and the Dark Winter and all this cool stuff, right? Fing Fang Foom shows up venomized with the symbiote. Beta Ray Bill tries to kill him. He gets wrecked, but Thor comes down, unleashes, his power. And Beta Ray Bill kind of feels like a hunk of junk. He's like, I'm not as good. I am not worthy. So that evening, him and Sif kind of take a little evening to themselves, and Sif is like, you owe me a drink, sir. And she grabs his hand and takes him away to the bedroom, to their secret quarters.
You like it?
Taking off the shirt, and she's going, so how does this work? Let me see what you got, big boy, right? And unfortunately, she goes, wait a second, hold on. Wait, you don't turn back into like your human form? And Bill says, no, I thought you knew that. And she says, knew what? And he goes, my hammer, Stormbreaker, it was how I was able to change back to my normal self, but Thor destroyed it. So in Thor issue 3, the Donny Cates book, Thor smashes Stormbreaker with Mjolnir, and now Beta Ray Bill hasn't been able to turn back into his normal form. So she goes, but you were in your humanoid form in Dimension Blood, blah, blah, blah. And this panel is what the point of controversy was. The head turned, the kind of slunking away. Is that the word I'm looking for?
Yeah.
She's turned off. She's like,
right.
oh, yeah.
And she goes, oh. Bill then, or she begins to proceed to say, she goes, Bill, I'm so sorry. And he goes, Sif, please, I understand. I'm not blind. And he walks out as Sif looks on longingly. Gentlemen,
So
I ask you
what's the
this.
controversy?
Okay.
Did Sif turn down Beta Ray Bill in this panel?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or here's the other question. Here's the other, side of the coin. Was she still open to Bill? She didn't turn away from him, and that Bill's own insecurity was what caused him to stop and turn away.
No, I think it's
No.
mostly her. It was her.
Interesting.
The whole conversation leading up to it. So are you going to turn back to your original form so I can fuck you?
Yeah.
Because you look like a fucking horseman. Not horseman.
you are-
Not horseman.
He's not a
No, he looks-
horseman.
No, he looks like Darkman. Jesus Christ. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and it's okay to look like a Darkman or a Darkman or a horseman or a
yeah.
horseman.
BoJack Horseman. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the tough part. You
But
guys
yeah,
are going to have
her
to
body
take my
language,
word on this.
Her body language in that first panel, when
Is
she's
this one.
curled up, she looks away. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, she's turned off. No.
And then when she's saying here, she goes, Bill, I'm sorry. What she's about to say is, Bill, I'm sorry. I can't do this. Or Bill, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you can't turn back. Right?
I'm sorry
she's
you
saying,
look like a fucking goon. I can't even.
Bill, I'm sorry I can't kiss your horse
Teeth?
mouth teeth, horseman teeth. So here's the tough part. Daniel Warren Johnson deleted this original post. So there was a post on Twitter that basically said, oh, why is DWJ doing my boy dirty like that? And they were basically talking about Bill, and they were saying, why did Daniel Warren Johnson have to have Sif like totally blow him off, right? Well, Daniel reposted the tweet
No.
and said, actually, you're wrong. Sif did nothing of the sort. And it was Bill's insecurity and his own hatred towards himself and his looks that he did not allow the consensual lovemaking
No.
to happen.
No.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
And then
that-
he proceeded to say that it was his and Marvel's intention not to make Sif look bad.
Nice try there. That didn't work.
And he deleted the tweet. And I should have taken a screenshot. I swear I should have taken a screenshot. But the only remnants that we do have left of this is a lone comment section that I did take a screenshot of. And here's what some of the people were saying on the post. They basically said there is a fundamental disconnect then between intention and results, if that is in fact the case. Everything about body language, expression, tone, and dialogue convey explicit rejection as a consequence of disgust. The mere question itself does that. 100%.
Yeah.
Like that's exactly what we said, right?
Yep. Anybody would think that.
This guy says, then there's a disconnect between your intentions and what is presented. Sif's body language screams that she's closed off. She doesn't
Ding, ding,
attempt to
ding.
stop him from leaving verbally. She doesn't go,
Yep.
wait, no, Bill, I'm sorry, come back.
Yeah.
Right? Or even implied with like reaching a hand out, she just lets him walk away.
Ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding. Yep.
So, like I said, for some reason I didn't take a picture of. I didn't screenshot the actual post that Danny Warren Johnson made. I only got the remnants of the comment section.
God.
But the fact that he deleted it, bro, I was like, no, what are you doing?
This is recent. Like this is a recent thing.
This was Tuesday.
And this comic came out 2
Monday,
years
Yeah.
ago.
Tuesday?
Years ago. Why are now? It's like this is just now coming up.
I guess so.
We're just
I
that
think it
bored?
was just
Yeah. Who would
Yeah.
find that panel and think that it meant anything else?
so.
God, what is he
here.
doing? He cannot get out of his own fucking way.
Right? I know, right? So here's the tweet. Hold on. Let me zoom in so you guys can see a little bit. Believe me, boys, I was doing some vehement research. I was like, guys, I gotta find this thing.
You're
Gotta
going to the
find-
dark web. All right.
Oh yeah, we're hacking into the mainframe. I'm
Yeah.
in.
He hacked the planet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So this guy says then there's a disconnect between your intentions and what's presented. So that was the comment that we just saw. But when we look up, this post was deleted by the post author. So we can't see what he posted. So disappointing. Now this I thought was kind of interesting. So yeah, this was on July 9th. This was Tuesday. This guy says 2 things can be true at once. Anyone is allowed to revoke consent, whether they want, and you should never feel obliged to continue intimate acts if you're uncomfortable. And that is the correct answer, right? It's to be safe, covering everyone's own ass, right? You can.
This is what paper bag is for. Put a paper bag on it.
Oh no! Hey, don't do my boy dirty like that. He's a beautiful man.
Hey, that's what happened. That's what's his? I forget. There was a show called Nip Tuck on FX like 20 years ago. It has some great episodes. One of which, one of the main characters, there was a chick. Like he told her to put a bag over her head, and he'd have sex with her. And, and she did.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
So this is where it all started. Some guy posted on July 6th, "Am I attractive? Tell me. Am I good enough?" And then Immortal Beta Rizbill, sorry, Beta Rizbill.
Wow.
Posted the panel that we just went over on July 6th, to which someone else like kind of retweeted, "I love Sif, but she did my boy dirty." And then he posted the pages. And so that was this was the original post that Daniel Warren Johnson had responded to and basically said, our intention was that we didn't want to make Sif look bad. He explicitly said, myself and Marvel did not want to make Sif look bad. And that it was Beta Ray Bill who turned away. It was his own actions that turned away, which is just objectively false.
Bullshit.
So bad.
So he's trying to cover for Sif, but then you look at like all these, like these are guys who love the Simonson run and have looked up, all the past Thor issues. And this guy says, "F you, Marvel, you cowards. Simonson wrote Sif was already down for Bill before he even could turn into humanoid form." And so they show all these panels of when Sif was like thirsting over Beta Ray Bill, and getting all handsy with him, even before he could even turn into his like human form. Even Odin knew Sif was down for Bill in all of his horse face glory. So and here's a great panel of them just, enjoying life together.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, man.
God.
Pretty dang interesting.
I was gonna say, her and George R.R. Martin, they know all about those horses. They know what's special about them.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh no. Well, and so here's the weird part. There is a part of me that thinks that Daniel Warren Johnson deleted his post because there were probably a lot of weirdos in there going like, "Oh, she wants that horse D, right?" And it's like, yes, there are those comments like in all of these posts. Like this one has 42,000 likes. I think all of these have comments where it's like, "Oh, she wants the horse D." It's like, all right, guys, calm down. Y'all need to get laid or something. So
I doubt it though.
no.
God, it just he does these things, and it's just like, dude, just leave it alone.
Yeah,
Leave it
like
alone.
you didn't need to respond to that. You didn't need to
No,
say
not
a
at
thing.
all. Just let
Yeah.
these fucking weirdos argue about some useless panel on a book that nobody cares about anymore. Like, who gives a shit?
And like it just like all the comments said, there is a fundamental disconnect between art and artist, or how the reader envisions the art from the artist. Even if it was the artist's intention, like he did not portray that through his art. And so he came in here trying to like white knight for Sif and go, no, we love Sif. She did nothing wrong. Believe all women. And it's like, dude, that's not how the book is written.
Yeah, stop
Like,
injecting politics bullshit now into a book, into a panel that you wrote. That it's okay for her to be like, listen, I don't fucking find you attractive. It's like rugged. The man's a goblin. It's like, no, he's fucked up. Like,
man's a goblin.
that's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Your face is my case.
Yeah. I have a
9/8
signed copy of this fucking book. I want to rip it out of the goddamn case, and I want to rip it in half now.
I actually on eBay there was a 9/8 Beta Ray Bill issue number 1 for $30.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, have graded books gotten that low?
That's the
$30
for it is to grade it.
Exactly. You're losing money with shipping.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it was a 9/8 Beta Ray Bill number 1 for like $30 something. But
yeah.
So yeah, no, it was interesting. The twit twats are always fun to watch because you're like, what is going on here? And it's always fun when you're following creators and artists and stuff because you're like, well, what did you just say? So
what?
But I need to do a better job of actually screenshotting that, because if I had, we would have the evidence, right? But he deleted it. Damn.
Someone has to have it somewhere, right?
But that's the thing. Is someone as autistic as I am that I would take a screenshot of that?
Yes, the answer is yes. It's finding them.
Yeah. It's how do we get to them? So I almost tweeted out and just said at Daniel Warren Johnson, hey, what did you say? Could you reiterate your stance on this panel, right? Or could you talk a little bit more about this panel since you deleted your original post?
Since you're a fucking pussy and deleted your original post. God damn it, that is so gay.
Here you go. 9/8. 9/8 white pages, pristine, $35.
Oh, I have the Stegman cover.
Even worse. No,
no. It's signed by him. I want to rip it out of the case.
What's the Stegman cover?
It's
a close-up of the face.
It's a close-up of his face, ironically, of the horse face man.
I think it was a ratio. I think it might have been like a 1:25, I think.
Yeah.
Or is it either the B cover or is it what ratio? I forget.
That's it.
Yeah, there it is. Yep.
Well, good news, Kyle. You can maybe sell yours for a little bit more than $66.
$70.
Oh, yours isn't signed though.
Yeah, it is. It's signed by the Stegosaurus.
Oh, it is. Oh, very well. All right.
Yeah.
Well, then look at that. You could probably sell it for 70, 80, maybe.
$70. If somebody super chats you $70, I will break it out of the case on the air and I will rip it in half.
That money's going to me, though.
I know. All the more reason it makes it hysterical because it's just
to make it
sitting in a short box that I'm never going to look at.
To be fair, that is a really cool cover. I like that cover a lot. So, The biggest takeaway from this is GOS.
God's.
I think maybe he meant hose. Maybe hose.
Oh, horseman. Oh, get
Oh,
money.
fuck
Yeah,
gods,
okay.
gods, fuck gods.
gods.
Yeah.
Fuck
Okay.
horsemen,
There
get
we go.
money.
It's horseman.
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 You know what? That's a good segue. Speaking of horseman,
Mm-hmm.
I received an email from the Rippaverse.
What?
Introducing, the
Uh-oh.
Rippaverse. These are just their
congrats.
their normal emails that they spam out to fans, and they go, "Hey, we're doing a 3-day sale or whatever, right?" Or, "Hey, the Rippaverse is going to be in Chicago." Like these are just their newsletter, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no, this isn't like for me. This is just for their newsletter.
But it
I
says
like to
greetings,
It's to
Max.
you, but it says greetings, Max.
Yeah,
guys, maybe it is to me then.
it is to you.
Oh, interesting.
Somebody took time to
Okay.
write that.
That's
Type
true.
it anyway.
So I receive these every now and then. I don't really open them all that often. For some reason, this time I did open it. And to my surprise, this is the worst written thing I've ever read from Rippaverse.
Whoa.
It is no
Whoa. Hyperbolic.
Back it up.
Yep.
I mean, it's worse than the book, the sketch book. It's worse than Dokuman cards.
Whoa. It's worse than ISOM.
Whoa.
Well, ISOM at least has like somewhat of a through line story.
Is it worse than ISOM 2?
Ugh.
Is it
I don't even remember
worse
ISOM 2.
than Alpha Core?
Alpha Core is actually coherent because it's written by Chuck Dixon.
Okay. Is it worse than Yaira?
Yeah.
It's worse than Yaira. You haven't even read Yaira.
I just can tell.
No one can read Yaira, but
no, it's
wow,
well, you
okay.
don't just read Yaira.
Okay.
You have to experience it. So I figured I'd read this one. If you guys are ready.
Okay.
So greetings, Max. Alrighty, that's a good start. That's fair. The cosmos can be a fickle thing indeed, with uncertainty around every corner of the universe and potential instability beneath each rock in every realm.
Fuck that entire bullshit not said.
That's an entire sentence.
Wow.
You had me go, the cosmos can be a fickle thing indeed, with uncertainty around every corner.
Period.
Yes. Of the universe and potential instability beneath each rock in every realm.
What does that even mean?
You're saying in every universe across the galaxy, in infinite timelines, you could kick over a rock and the instability of the entire multiverse could be turned over.
Butterfly
There's
effect.
Constant instability. Constant
potential instability.
Potential. There isn't any, but there could be. We don't know.
So that's a long sentence. However, one constant has remained true for now 2 solar cycles around the Milky Way star, the Rippaverse.
Oh God.
I mean, so without punctuation, it reads like this. However, one constant has remained true for now 2 solar cycles around the Milky Way star, the Rippaverse. Like wait, what? What it's trying to say, I guess, is like, however, one constant remains the same, period, for nearly 2 whole solar cycles around the Milky Way star. Well, no, that doesn't even make sense either, because then it just says the Rippaverse.
It should just be, however, one constant has remained true. Dash the Rippaverse.
The Ripper, right? But
That's all you
but
fucking
now, because the subject of the sentence is the thing that has remained true, which is the Rippaverse.
Correct. For
But-
whatever reason you want to say it that way, like a retard, and that's something. God.
It's saying one constant has remained true for now so it's saying like 2 solar cycles around the Milky Way star. What? When did that happen? Wait, is that how we're measuring time in the Rippaverse, by solar cycles around the Milky Way?
However, one constant has remained true for the past 2 years. Dash the Rippaverse.
That's all you need. Yeah, there you go.
God
Oh,
damn
boy.
it, dude.
But that's who's writing this?
I don't know
Like,
who's writing this. But
who's-
this person is
It's
writing
it's
Dokuman
Eric.
cards and needs to be fired.
Who's
gotta be Eric.
writing the?
I guarantee
No,
you it's Eric.
Eric's not writing the emails. You think because Eric needs his eyesight needs to be up and out. He needs to be big picture.
Well, because the type in this is just as ludicrous as those document cards.
It is. It really is. Which makes me think you're not wrong, Drew. I wonder if he is writing the emails.
Oh, I hope not.
Be it the success of the tomes they continue to release with increasing efficiency and speed, and have aided in the completion of my own archives, or the fealty of the fans to whom this organization proves committed to showing faithfulness in kind, Rippaverse Comics persists.
Word salad.
Word salad, and the longest sentence I've ever read in my life.
That says nothing. Is this
It's-
person writing this? Is English their 5th language?
It starts here and ends like down here. So be it the so what he's trying to say in this sentence, I think, is basically these Rippaverse comics persist. But he's saying it from the perspective of Dokuman, I think. Because he says, be it the success of the tomes, they continue to release Rippaverse? Is they the Rippaverse? So he's saying, like, be it the success of the tomes that the Rippaverse continues to release with increasing efficiency and speed, and have aided in the completion of my own archives, right? So that I think it is Dokuman.
Oh, God.
Or the fealty of the fans to whom this organization proves committed to showing faithfulness and kind.
What I find hysterical is they use the word tomes, which refers to a scholarly book. And you have done anything but release a scholarly book, you fucking morons.
But scholarly. If anything, it makes you dumber.
Yes.
Oh, God. Be it the success of the tomes they continue to release with increasing efficiency and speed.
Oh, no, it's without. You're right.
Yeah, without increasing efficiency and speed. And aided in the completion of my own archives. You don't need this. You can just say, be it the success of the tomes
of the books
just they release, or be it the success of the comics they have released.
There you go.
Or the fealty of the fans. Rippaverse comics persist. But yes, that's why Rippaverse comics persists.
Right.
It should be saying, like, the success of the comics can be attributed to the efficiency and speed and the fealty of the fans. You know, something to that effect. But this gobbledygook is just miserable.
Right. I love how the first reason you give for the fact that your Rippaverse is so successful is the fact that you get your books out on time. As if that anybody really gives a shit.
I don't care if my... Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, I just think That is all you have going for you. Clearly. The efficiency and speed in which Ripasend gets your shit to you.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that makes our tomes so successful.
Our tomes.
Like, God, fucking faggot. Like, I honestly hate this shit. Just use words that people say. Like, God, that is so stupid.
And like, I have no problem with sprinkling in a little English, a little jazz here and there. But when every word is just, let me look at the dictionary. Let me look at the thesaurus to make me sound and there is a distinct difference between someone who is an intellectual who is writing something and someone who just used a thesaurus to swap words.
Right, and that's clearly what this is.
Yeah, 100%. Such resoluteness in uncertain times, maybe. Plural. Such resoluteness in uncertain time ought to be lauded and celebrated with those who make such success possible. And so I have foreseen it that the Rippaverse intends on marking July 11th as a special event and christening it henceforth as Rippaverse Day. Bro, what? The information that follows is from Documents.
Oh,
T?
MAANTS.
There's
We
an
have a new
A,
spelling,
extra
eh?
A, and a T.
This is a new
Someone
character.
Who wrote this?
Isn't document? Shouldn't it be capitalized? Isn't it a proper name?
Yeah, he's a person, right?
I
From
think.
Documents. From Documents.
Documents.
There's no way. There's no way that someone looked at this and said,
Oh,
send, which I have procured in spite of the efforts of a rather vexing keeper of NDAs. Ooh. You mean Eric? Oh, see how funny their self-referential humor is because they keep NDAs. Isn't that funny, guys?
so the information that follows. So the information after that sentence is everything that Documents has found. So everything written here, whose I, which I have procured. So it's not Documents.
It's okay. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, which I have procured. So who are you and why do you sound like a fucking moron?
I have no clue. Because like I said, I thought it was Dokuman at first.
Right.
But is from Documents.
Which I have procured.
Is Documents, are those like, is that the his like textbook? Is that his Rolodex? Is that Dokuman's like cards? Are the Documents? I'm trying my hardest to be good faith in this, but there is no way that like I genuinely want to post these emails on Twitter and just be like, who is writing this? Who is writing that? I'm just like, this is not a real person. You can't look at this and say this looks good or it makes sense. It is nonsensical.
This is so bad.
Such resoluteness in uncertain time. This should be times, right?
Yes.
Such resoluteness in uncertain times ought to be lauded and celebrated. But it's time. And then literally a sentence later, Documents, which is, I don't think is a character.
Nope.
I'm just. Oh man.
Oh my.
So I get another email.
Oh my
like
God.
On the 11th, or I think it was on the 11th. It says, "Greetings, Max. The hour grows late as the time for the end of the Rippaverse Day draws near." It's all these extra little, as the time towards the end of this sequence of the finality of the. It's just, dude, shut up. Just the hour grows late. Time draws near.
Yes.
Whatever. Just simple. The rare artifacts not usually able to be procured through ordinary means number greatly. What?
Number great.
What did that even say?
A rare artifact not usually able. Okay.
Not usually able
to be procured through ordinary means number great.
greatly.
You have a lot of things you're selling. Okay.
There's a bunch of books that you're trying to get rid of
that aren't rare, but you claim are. Got it. You're sitting on stacks and stacks of books you're trying to get rid of. Okay.
What the hell is even that?
Exactly.
The rare artifacts not usually able to be procured through ordinary means number greatly. Not only are the presently...
You mean pristine? You mean pristinely preserved?
Yes, Eric wrote this. I am convinced now. Eric wrote this.
Presently.
Okay, I'm tapping out. Presently.
I think you mean priestly preserved.
They almost spelled my last name here.
Yeah, like, it's priestly.
Not only are the priestly, preserved.
You're my number one customer,
shit, man. Salty, have you been getting these emails? Have you seen these, dude? I genuinely cannot wrap my head around the absolute absurdity of the writings and the ramblings and the gobbledygook of and these are newsletter emails. This is going out to every single Rippaverse fan who has ever purchased or even gone onto the site. These emails go to thousands, tens of
thousands.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about this?
I've not seen one person mention the fact that this idiot said, not only are the presently preserved CGC, because what it should say is, not only are they are the pristinely preserved CGC signature series of many of the Rippaverse tomes available once again.
Of many of the God.
I can't even get through a sentence without finding something else. As well as the fabled ISOM concept art book. Wait a second. The concept art book that I bought that said was sold out.
Yeah.
Well, the priestly
preserved ISOM concept art book. Okay.
With commentary by the being known as Eric July, except status still in question. Through means that still escape me, my own archived documents. Oh, see, this one is capitalized, but it has a T.
The other one did. Wait.
Documents have been printed in mass and made available during this anniversary jubilation.
So it is documents?
I
Dokuman?
I have no clue. But on the box it says Dokuman.
Does it?
It 100% does.
Can we confirm that?
We can confirm.
Because he does spell characters' names wrong multiple times on the same page. So,
well, I mean, we have seen that with Goodying, the first appearance of Goodying, his title was spelled correctly or incorrectly, and his subsection was spelled correctly.
Right.
If I am correct in thinking that or seeing that. So in the Rippaverse Reddit itself, Dokuman's cards. So 2 A's.
No T.
No T. All right.
Okay. So they've spelled it incorrectly.
So so that is twice now that they've spelled Dokuman, I guess, incorrectly.
Yep.
Now, like I said, if I'm being super good faith, Documents could be speaking about the artifact or the textbook or the Rolodex or the cards that Dokuman has. But that would be saying like Max's Maxims or something. Or like Max's like
so it's Dokuman's Dokumants.
That's what I would. Dokuman's Documents.
But we do know in the last email the I was not referring to Dokumans.
Right, it seemed like it was someone else.
And now it says my own archive. So no, that doesn't necessarily mean this could be a different. My own archive Documents.
In mass. So maybe they are the cards. Have been printed and made available during this, which is absolutely a ritardo. A ritardo, because why would Dokuman make his cards called Documents?
Exactly.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Bro,
dude.
how is no one talking about these emails?
Oh, they need to be.
Yeah.
This is so bad.
I'm guessing this was originally written in Portuguese or Spanish, then run through Google Translator and dumped to email with no question.
Quality assurance, I guess.
Or quality assurance. There's no way, dude. I think this is written by like a person who works there.
Yeah. Who's else is using the word tomes?
Yeah. MG says there's no way Eric didn't write that considering how he fucking talks on a sentence-ly basis. On a presently sentence-ly basis.
Presently.
Dokuman provides documents. Dokuman provides documents, yeah.
Oh my god.
Either that or they got some Fentanyl gang job there. North of Dallas warehouse.
It could be.
Damn. Yeah, don't make sense of this, guys. Just buy the $500 statue. It's that easy.
He cares a lot. He cares very deeply about his products and everything he puts out.
He really does.
You can tell here. Really cares.
Just every little thing that he does is just, God. It's so infuriating, too, that people are just like, I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds good to me. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, well, then you have mental problems.
You're just looking for excuse. You're just looking for things that are wrong with it. Okay? You're going to find spelling errors in every book. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Geez.
Every book has typos, man.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, this reads like 80 IQ. Reads like he has a like a cold room temperature IQ.
Yep. God.
I do want to read this sentence one more time just because I think it may be the longest sentence I've ever read in my entire life. Oh. Okay. I'll have to breathe in the middle of it, I think, but let's see. Not only are the it fucked me up. All right. Presently. Sorry, I got to start again. Not only are the presently preserved CGC signature series of many of the Rippaverse tomes available once again, as well as the fabled ISOM concept art book with commentary by the being known as Eric July, except status still in question, but through means that still escape me, my own achieved documents have been printed in mass and made available during this anniversary jubilation. That's a mouthful.
That's a sentence. So much goodness coming out of that sentence there.
Just $1 million campaign. $1 million campaign. $3 million campaign.
$3 million campaign.
How this info made it out into the wild and made available to the masses is beyond even my own understanding. Oh, well, if it's Dokuman, he doesn't have understanding of anything.
He knows jack and shit. So
yeah. So that's actually true to lore, so that's fine. But I suspect a certain vexing keeper of NDAs might have had a hand in this. Well played, human. Well played.
Fuck off, you piece of shit.
Oh, my senses tell me that a certain holder of the NDA. It's like, yeah, you mean Eric. We all know you mean Eric. Yep. Or if Eric is making this and typing this, he's going like, this will be funny.
Oh, they're I'm fucking hard.
It's like, because I'm Eric and I'm the keeper of the NDA.
They love this shit so much. Oh my god, I'm so fucking good.
they're gonna buy my $500 Yaira statue. They don't even know who the character is.
Yeah, he is fucking Ralphie in A Christmas Story, writing why he doesn't think a football is a very good Christmas present.
I hate it when DC does it for Harley. Oh yeah, I could see that, Dominic, writing your correspondence or your newsletter like in character. I can see how that would be frustrating. This is Eric attempting to hold back product and selling it as a warehouse find after he realized it isn't worth shit because he tanked the market himself. Well, dude, that he said that they're selling the ISOM concept art book. I bought that originally for $75 on the campaign, and then there was on eBay. Someone bought it for $300, and now he's saying, "Oh, by the way, guys, we're putting it on sale now. We have more of them. It's on sale for y'all."
Yeah,
the dude is holding back comics, like confirmed. Like that, there's no way that you just, oh my god, we have like 50 more comics, guys. That's awesome. You either have terrible inventory at your warehouse, or you are holding back books to inflate, like artificially inflate the market. That's so effing scummy.
Yeah.
So
he's a genius. He's moving differently, though.
He's moving differently. He's
Yep.
moving. What did he say? He's moving professionally now. Is that what he said last time?
Is that what he is now? He's professional?
He's
Clearly, with those emails, he's very professional.
Gosh dang, man. Yeah.
Yep.
I get email video sponsorship offers from Chinese manufacturers written like this, only they're slightly more
Wow.
Interesting.
Salty,
I wonder.
I'm going to critique your critique. I think you're dog shit.
Yeah, Jack, you know what? I totally understand. Crappy writer and gouges his fan base.
You're going to buy that statue, though. You're going to buy that statue.
Do you think I'm going to look at the amazing heroes I have behind me? You think Yaira even is one pebble, one ounce of a grain of their being that they are? Absolutely not.
Yep, it's gonna go right. It's gonna go right there, back there. Move Superman out of the way.
We'll just push him. Just
yeah. Get that out of there.
Get him out of there.
Put the old Yaira statue there.
Oh my god, what a wild ride, man!
What a genius.
I have to post those emails, right? Like,
I
can't not
now. You
Okay.
have to.
All right, wish me luck, boys. So
tag
it like a
tag
charm.
EVS.
Yeah.
You got to tag EVS in it.
Oh god, but then I'm gonna be known as a effing detractor, man, and then we're done for. Then
with
all like everyone, like the whole Rippaverse, Nerdrotic, Critical Drinker, the whole universe will be like, oh, no, you can't do that. You can't criticize Eric's emails.
Wait,
no.
so you're not going to post them then, because you can't post them and then just be like, okay.
I think if I can do it respectfully, I can say I can post the emails and I can go, these emails sound a little off. They sound like they don't. Hey, I can be super diplomatic and very professional. I'm moving professionally, right?
Just ask, were these proofread? Were these proofread before it went out?
Yeah,
that's what it takes.
That's all you need to say. Hey, I received these emails for the Rippaverse day. Did anyone proofread these? Just kind of
sounds like a detractor, but okay.
Josh, you would do that for me for my birthday gift?
Oh.
Salty says, "I'll tag EVS. I'll take the heat. I have 0 Fs." Look at that! What a hero! Salty and Josh both falling on their swords, man. Wow. Damn.
If I had Twitter,
you guys
I'd do it, but
yeah, you guys are true heroes. I'm a coward. I can't do that.
We understand. No.
It's
I know
tough when you got friends, and
I know you're living both lives.
But I do actually have a brain. There's something in between my ears here, so I have to call it out if I see it. But
shame on your friends for not doing it either. Shame on them.
Do you? Well, here's the thing. Do you even think that they're reading it? I don't think they are.
But if so,
They're
that
skimming.
being said,
They're reading
yeah,
it. They're reading it as much as Sean is reading comics.
if they do get it, if they are even reading it, and if they do, would you posting that and having valid criticism, then you're worried about the backlash if that's going to happen. It's like, no, but it's valid criticism.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I now being shunned for
Mm-hmm.
having valid criticism? And the fact that you think that you will be ostracized because of that, what does that say about them?
It doesn't look good, unfortunately. You know. So, and maybe I could be wrong. You know, maybe I do post something, and they're like, "Oh, I don't care. You can post whatever the hell you want." You know, and maybe they would be super cool with it. I do know there are, you know, people within the fan base. Like, I think Gary would be cool with it. I definitely know Quarterblack Garrett is cool. Would be cool with it. Like those guys, I feel like would just be like, listen, I'm not going to get involved. You post whatever you want, right?
Mhm.
But they're not going to be out there like retweeting. But I don't know. Salty says, yeah, at least 2 men was sacked to stand up for truth and justice. Ugarian HVB are reading it. It's why they can't talk about it. Are reading it? Oh, you okay? So, well, I don't know, because Gary and Heel versus Babyface as like they're getting CGC graded copies. You know what I mean? So, have they popped the book open?
Oh, I think you meant reading the emails.
Oh, the emails. Yeah, maybe not the emails, but the book. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe. Or you're talking about the books. They're not reading the books.
But I mean, and I think that's true, Dominic. If they're truly your friends, they won't abandon you over this. Just saying, and that's a good point. I also have to remember that these guys have like huge platforms, though, and there is a level of status that comes with that. It's kind of like if I had a friend who's like a celebrity, like in Hollywood, and he's like secretly a conservative, right? And I start going on Twitter and being like, guys, you know, so and so, my buddy, he's an actor, and he's like, you know, he's a conservative Christian. Like, I can't do that to my friend because it's going to it's just going to tank his reputation. And I would not want to do that to my friend. And I hope that he would understand that, like, you know, I wouldn't want to do that, I guess. I don't know.
They're in a tough, it's the Kobayashi Maru. There's an unwinnable scenario for them. They've hitched a wagon to a guy they can't afford to talk shit about because there's money involved. And whenever there's money involved in anything, it's fucked and it's compromised. So they don't have a choice.
Well, here's the other thing. Gary is going to be using
exactly
Rippaverse for his book.
Right. So he can't just go out there and be like, yeah, Eric July is a fucking moron. He can't even write a sentence without having 10 grammatical errors and sentence fragments.
Without spelling his own characters' names incorrectly.
So, yeah, he can't say that.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, and like, I wish that there was a space where we could exist to say, like, hey, you know what? Eric definitely needs to get better at writing, but his shipping is really great, which is why I'm going to use a shipping service, right? Like, he can say there's a positive, but there's also a negative, and there's, like, you know, all this stuff. But
yeah, or whoever's writing it, he needs to come out and say, I don't write this shit. So whomever this person's writing, they're no longer working here. They're done. They're fired.
Yeah.
Out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
he can't.
All right. Well, that's one creator. Y'all want to look at the next one? So last bit of news here, and then we'll just talk about some books real briefly. Did you see this by chance? Jimmy Reyes?
Oh, anyone? I did catch. I don't know who this Amanda chick is, but I did hear a little bit about the Jimmy Reyes thing.
Oh, you may have a different. So I have not looked into this. I've done my research with the Rippaverse stuff and the Beta Ray Bill stuff. with Jimmy Reyes, I did not get a chance to look into this more so. I only have seen this tweet. So I apologize if I may be misinformed on some things, but all I'll say is this does not look good. So this user, Amanda, says, not sure if anyone is aware that Dragon Rage Crown of Fire campaign has changed what was initially presented to backers. This is the first time I've heard of it. Check out Indiegogo if you need more info. If I were a backer, this would tick me off. So I go, oh, maybe they just like, had a perk that they're like taking out or something.
Mhm.
But oh no, he's. I'll just read it and then we'll take a look. Salty says they got to fire the writers. They got rid of their email senders. Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and read this real quick. Steven's son posts this on the Indiegogo page and says Jimmy Reyes is a crook. He advertised Dragon Rage: The Crown of Fire as being in full color. He even put 40-page full color comic in the perk description and mentioned that this would be in color on CGC King or ComicsGate King's streams. Now the book is suddenly only in black and white, and he plans on launching a new campaign for the color version in a few weeks. If that's not the definition of grifting, I don't know what is. This is an extremely shady business practice. Jimmy Reyes expects you to pay another $25 for the color version of the book that you already paid for. This man is without a doubt a lying, cheating, scheming crook. Oof. Already that doesn't look good.
Nope.
Drew, Kyle, have you heard of this yet? Or do you think this is actually happening? Is it a misunderstanding? Because I'll read the rest, but just from that initial comment.
No, it actually happened. Like Jimmy did this and he did fuck up like big time. He promised that he said he lost like 3 or 4 colorists that he paid, and they ghosted him. They did other projects. They fucked him over basically, and he couldn't get a colorist to do the book and finish the book. And then so he said, well, I'll just put out something. So that's when he just went to the printer with the black and white book. And the problem is it's already done. It's printed. He's going to get the books. Yeah. So he fucked himself over big time by doing this.
So he's getting all the copies of the books in black and white?
Yeah. He already printed them. They're already done. Like, it's not like, oh, we can stop this. It's don't worry about it. It's like, no. He fucked himself. Like, the book is done.
Wow.
And so now, from what was my understanding, like EVS and all of them were just like, dude, you're fucking stupid. Like, you fucked up. Like, we got to reopen the campaign. We got to start over again. Get a colorist and get some new covers and get it backed to like, 50, 60 grand, whatever it takes, and to put it out again because you fucked yourself.
No one is going to support it. I don't think.
It's a tough uphill battle.
EVS tore Jimmy apart on stream last night. EVS and all CG tore Jimmy apart last night. It was rough. Like, did they put him through a struggle session or something? What do you mean it was rough?
I thought they brought him on.
Damn, and they must have just been like, you idiot.
Yeah, but it was like, what happened? Like, was it because you didn't have the money? Or was it because you couldn't find a colorist? And he said kind of a bit of both. He ran out of money because he was paying colorists that didn't do any work. And he kept losing colorists. Then it got to the point where he's like, I just didn't have enough money. So it's like, I got to put out something.
No. You can't. No, if you said that there was going to be a 40-page full color comic, you have to alert your backers and tell them, listen, every one of my colorists has backed out. I'm going to have to prolong this process, or maybe give the backers the option.
Right.
Do you want to, I can fulfill everyone's back or, backing money, whatever, with a black and white version, or You guys wait another 6 months until I can get a colorist. We color it all, we print it all, and then you get the product, right? He has to be transparent about this.
Right. And he needs to ask for help. You have all of ComicsGate. You have all the ComicsGate kings. You have all these guys that know a lot of people. And that you just said, hey, here's my campaign. I think I kind of fucked myself. I need some help here.
Dude. That's, oh God, that is the dumbest decision he possibly could have made.
Yeah, it was a bad call.
Because that makes you look, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, it makes you look like what this guy said, a lying, cheating, scheming crook. 100%. If someone, like if I backed a book and someone said, hey, I'm actually going to have to give it to you in black and white, I'm going to be like, F you, I'm going to get my money back then. Because that's not what I backed. It's not what you promised. And it's not what my money is going towards. And you made the decision for me. It's not how this works, right?
Right. You take a poll, you ask them what they think they would want. Or you say, hey, if anybody that wants to refund their money, that's perfectly fine. Anybody that wants the book in black and white, I'm going to send those off to the printer and we can get something in your hands if you really want the book now. If you'd rather wait and refund your money, that's fine. We can work out something later where I can put the book out again in color. Like there's 1,000 things you could have done.
100%.
Yeah.
Literally anything else would have been better than what he did.
Right. And I think MG just posted, I think he is right. I think he did have originally that it was going to be black and white. He decided it was going to be in color.
Oh my God.
No. Yeah.
Dumb. So Jimmy responds to this Steven's son, and he says, Steven, I'm sorry you feel that way. Your contribution has helped a small indie creator produce a new comic book title. Creating a comic is a lot of work, and many factors can affect what can deliver promptly. And everyone's just like, yeah, what? Okay, all right. You get to the point, right? The writer and I have worked hard to produce one of the best comic books. Dragon Rage has an incredible story with dynamic. He's just obfuscating. He's just beating around the bush. No answer yet. We're on the second paragraph. Nothing.
Yep.
We should celebrate that a comic we can all be proud of will be in backer hands soon. Steven's probably reading this like, you MFer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, shortly there will be a campaign for a colored version, but you have the book before any. Oh, so now he's trying to spin it. Is like, but you're special because you get the black and white
first.
Yeah, getting the exclusive, the ground floor, getting in on the ground floor.
Yeah,
there will be a campaign for a colored version, but you have the book before any backers from that campaign. The version going out now, pen and ink edition, will never be reprinted or offered outside of its campaign.
Mm-hmm.
It's giving backers something unique and special. And so Steven says, scheming and conning backers is not a good look. You stab CG in the back. You're one of the most dishonest people on the planet. You're right down there alongside your pal fellow grifter, Mike S. Miller.
No.
Wow. Damn. He just went, bitch.
Yeah.
Shut up. Give me my book.
Yeah. The problem is Jimmy doesn't have a leg to stand on either. Like somebody says that shit, it's like, fuck. Like,
oh, I 100% agree with Steven here.
It's like, damn it, you can't. You got nothing. You got no hand.
I have no hand. And he's gonna need it because Jimmy can't even say, you know what, you're right. I will get you the colored version, and I'm gonna eat the cost of the black and white, and I'm just gonna give you the colored version for what you paid for, right? He can't even say that because if he were to eat the price of all those books, I mean, how many tens of thousands of dollars would he be out?
Right. The thing is, like, anybody would understand. I paid these 3 colorists and they fucked me over.
Yeah.
They left me. They ghosted me. They only did partial work. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. It's like, we would all understand. And everyone would be like, oh, man, that sucks, dude. Like, you're out all this money. And it's like, your campaign didn't raise that much money anyway. So it's like, you're already kind of not good.
Yeah, not in a good place.
So, yeah, not good.
Yeah, not a good situation overall. So I saw this on the old twats, and I was like, damn. Like we've talked about bad campaigns, right? We've talked about stuff that's like, oof, that's a bad look, or like, oh, that this book got to me like 3 years late, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. We always talk about that stuff. But this, like, just straight up not con well, I guess it is conning people out of the book that they paid for.
Yeah, it's like, so you knew this was a problem. You didn't let anybody know, but yet you continue to take their money and put out a product that
Right.
is not what people bought. That's a grifter. You're conning. That's literally what that is.
Yeah.
You know that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's bad. That's not good. Damn. Well, there you have it.
So I think they're going to retry it. I think EVS is going to do a cover for them. They're going to try.
Bro, that's brutal.
Yeah.
What you think it'll do well? You think it'll even get any traction? Because if it got 50, Nuke is saying it got 55K. You think it's going to get anywhere close to that after this?
I don't know.
25, maybe half.
For his sake, I mean, he seems like a nice guy. Again, I don't know him. I never talked to him. I don't really care. But like, I mean, he seems like a genuinely nice guy that he just fucked up and didn't know how to ask for help.
Yeah.
So
I mean, CG fans are like ride or die. They're similar to Rippaverse fans in that, and the only thing is that I feel like have taste, and they're not as ritardo. Some of them can be, right? I like CG stuff, but
I do too.
And actually, it's actually well written. Like Snowman, Wraith of God, like that stuff is awesome. That stuff kicks ass.
Top tier.
No, seriously, it's actually very like it's beating out some of the Marvel and DC stuff we read. But yeah, man, oof. Oh well,
not a good shot though. That it just gives fodder to all these fucking morons and cancel pigs that want to go after the CG. It's just, damn it, dude.
Yeah, not a good look on anyone.
No,
because like you said, now his stupid business decision or mistake or whatever you want to call it is just going to trickle down. And then if anyone reads a CG book or anyone like buys a CG book or crowdfunds, like, it's just going to embolden the Eric July fans to be like, well, good thing we have Ripasend because those CG chuds over there. And it's like, oh my God.
They lie about their books. They say it's going to be color.
Exactly. Yeah. So damn, dude. Yeah. It's so sad. So sad. Oh, well. Yeah. Some people will back anything, CG or Rippaverse. That's true.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
There are only a few creators that I'm like, I don't care what it is they're making. I will buy it. Like I can count on maybe one hand that I could do that, but I don't know.
I can't. I don't think I can count on any. I don't know if there's one person that I would back literally everything they did.
Well, maybe not necessarily like it doesn't have to necessarily be CG or just crowdfunding in general, but like I'm talking like mainstream comics, like Mark Miller, I'll buy anything. Danny Warren Johnson.
He's making it difficult for me to still like him.
Way harder than it needs to be.
Yeah. You're turning into just like all these other people, like Scott Snyder. Like you want people to fucking hate you. Like, okay. Like, he's turning into that.
Yeah. As he's getting more popular, he's getting more emboldened to just be like, well, because his best friend is Riley Rossimo. That's why they're doing that new book together. And so
that's not his best friend.
Oh no, it is.
No, it's not.
No, he's like on all the streams that he does, like where he's illustrating, and even on the stream that he talked about with the book, he said Riley and I have been best friends since the pandemic because they started becoming friends there, And then Felix picked up, Felix Comic Art. He picked up Riley Rossmo. And so they've been like tight. Like we text in our group chat like almost every day. That's them. Like they text every day, he said. Like he and Riley are like best friends, dude.
Toxic.
I don't know.
I wouldn't go around saying that.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd flex. That's kind of a weird flex.
You just kind of keep that to yourself.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'd say Mark Millar for sure. 100%. I'd say Robert Venditti. I'll buy anything. Roberto De La Torre, I'd probably put him there as well. I don't know. Drew, Kyle, do you guys have anything else you can think? Anyone else? No. Oh, you know what? Fabuk?
No.
No,
I'm not buying anybody's shit just because of who they are. Anything?
Yeah,
no.
Same. No.
Oh
no.
Wow. Okay. Well, then I guess I'm in the wrong here. I guess I'm the lone wolf.
You are.
Well, because I've put my trust. Well, that's what's happened with Hollywood. Hollywood has lost my trust, and they think they can just release anything with big name actor, big name director, and it's like, no, you're not gonna screw me over again, Hollywood. But with comics, I know there's a level of quality when it comes from Mark Millar, or Roberto De La Torre, one of these guys. So
I hope, but I'm just not just going to blindly be like, oh, well, it's his name on there, so it's got to be good. It's like, nah.
I'll be dumb. I'll be dumb and blind. I'll take the bait. I gotta go run to the restroom real quick. So, which book do y'all want to start on first? I read Action, Transformers, and X-Men from this first row.
Let's go with the X-Men. That's the big one.
Oh, you want to talk about X-Men first?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the one everyone's talking about.
All right. Very well. Starting off with a bang. Let's talk X-Men. I'll let you guys kind of discuss. I shall return shortly.
Where to begin?
Let's just say put the title right there. They say it's a new beginning. They say it's a new beginning and whole new issues and problems. But after reading this, no. I mean, they're fighting Orcus once again. And who's Orcus? Oh, yeah, the villain from the previous X-Men run. And you guys have not moved on at all. No moving on. You're still living in the past. Still living with these characters. Like they are the big baddie primary villain, but no, they're all faceless. There's faceless goons that they're fighting, and there's no drama or suspense there. I couldn't fucking believe it. I couldn't believe it. Honestly, I couldn't. And how the Beast is drawn in this, he's drawn like a fucking pervert. He's drawn like an idiot. He's drawn like he's got Down syndrome or something. He's getting ready to roofie that town sheriff coming in. And the other thing was, I don't know if you picked it up, but how the Beast is talking to the sheriff. It's like he's talking down to her, like it's all her fault. All this stuff. He's going out of his way to make her feel bad, and he's talking like the mutants have always, even in the last run, how the mutants have always been persecuted. They've always been, they were all treated like they were outcasts. They did nothing wrong. Mutants did nothing wrong at all. Nothing. It's like, no. You cannot get rid of it like that. No, because we know that's bullshit. There was a lot wrong with this book. And I feel like this was a big, big misfire for the X-Men.
Yeah, I felt like, okay, a whole new beginning. It's like, okay, cool. Like I'm excited to kind of jump on this. And I know that a few of the pages were, in a preview that we were able to see, but like I was hoping that it wouldn't just like open up and start where I felt like it was literally in the middle of the action of just the previous issue. It felt like it was like, all right, previously on X-Men, all of this is happening. I'm like, wait, this is supposed to be a new beginning. And I feel like I'm just reading a part 2 of something still. It just felt like it was just continuing on from the previous shit, and Beast is moping around talking about how, oh, we had this paradise and it was taken from us and blah blah blah. Let me talk. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Like,
it was not. It was. It's like you guys created this socialist landscape. Just this hedonistic. It was Sodom and Gomorrah. It's effectively Sodom and Gomorrah. You guys are all having sex with each other and just doing whatever godless shit you wanted to do there. And on top of that, threatening human beings to buy your medicines or you're going to take them out. It's like, no, you guys are imposing your will and power upon the world. And no, you're not the victims here. You guys were evil.
Yeah, 100%. And and Beast is, I fucking hate the way Beast looks. I despise it. Like on every level. It just doesn't work.
No.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of these characters. I thought I love Ryan Stegman. I felt his art it sometimes looked good, and other times I'm just like, is he the right guy for this job? Like, there were just times where I would see some of the panels, and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not really digging this. This was a big misstep and miscalculation.
Yeah. Why? Excuse me. Why did Beast have like goth circles under his eyes?
Well, I think what he was going for, is that if you look off of what Beast looked like back in the 70s and 80s, he had like black around his eyes back then. But it doesn't help here. It does not help. He just looks like a creep with Down syndrome. And this, it's not good.
Yeah. I don't know. It just, nothing was like enticing me to turn the page. Like there was nothing that just made me like, oh my God, that's so cool. Like I can't wait what's going to happen next. We're like,
no,
I don't know. I just,
they're all talking like jackasses. They're all acting like jackasses. I couldn't handle this. I couldn't take it.
Yeah, it was also tough. I would say if you don't know Krakoa, like for me, I didn't read the Krakoa Age, so like coming into this, and they're talking about is Krakoa. I'm just like,
and Orcus.
Well, I guess and Orcus. So I'm just kind of like, I thought we were doing like start from zero, right? But they're still bringing in aspects of the previous run in. So it's like, okay. Drew, you're right. It does seem kind of odd that they're talking about Krakoa as this like utopia. And they're like, we need to bring it back. And I was like, y'all were awful on Krakoa. Like that place was terrible. Do not try and bring it back. So I don't know.
Yeah, and team sucks in this. I hate this team. There's nothing here that wants me to keep reading this or is going to get me to come back.
It doesn't seem
this
like
was not
Cyclops...
Juggernaut.
No, not at all.
Yeah, why is Juggernaut even on the team?
I don't. He's written like he's a 10-year-old. I don't understand this. Yeah.
Well, Cyclops should look like he's a 10-year-old.
Yes, he does.
Cyclops has no agency. He doesn't feel like the leader. He doesn't have any like gravitas or confidence. Like nothing about the book demonstrated that he was the leader of the team, which was unfortunate because I like to see him in that role. So
I know. Well, the pink-haired lesbian who's floating around back there in the back was like talking shit to him like the first fucking page. She does moron. Why the fuck are we fucking here? You fucking dipshit. It's like Jesus. Like
she does that the whole book.
Yeah, it's like
which.
All right.
By the way, I think we misgendered her. I think it's a guy.
Oh,
because remember this person, the black lady. She's like, "Oh, my boyfriend."
Oh,
talking about
that's Quinn. That's Quinn Quire.
Oh, that was a chick.
That's a dude. Yeah,
Close
and
enough.
he's been, and
he's been killed a lot of times. Don't you get it? Isn't that funny? Like all the other X-Men have been killed and brought back on Paradise. Yeah.
No one, there's no stakes. Yeah.
No, and they killed God, effectively. They killed God. They became God themselves.
Oh. Well, I'd just be like Chevy Chase in Hot Tub Time Machine, like, get your hands off me, young lady. That's basically,
I do agree with MG here. His Kyle knows about Vanish firsthand.
I have some OA from Vanish, yeah.
You do. It's a cool page.
It
a cool
is.
page where Donnie Cates is going insane.
Yeah.
And his Venom. Just perfect Venom.
Venom.
And his King in Black. King in Black was so much fun, man. I still really like that event. So,
but this
looks like
he just doesn't fit. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. The question is, I guess, whose art would fit better? You know, they don't really have a big lineup. I mean, well, they could put Fareed Karami on there, give him a shot. God, I'd love to see him on something.
You still got to fix the story. You still got to fix your overall story here. And
yeah, but at least we could say, like, hey, looked pretty, you know.
Roberto De La Torre on here. Have him do this.
Don't subject him to this low.
He'd be perfect for this.
No.
See all the standing around talking and making hot chocolate and shit? It'd be perfect.
No, see, because he'd want to give all these women beautiful, voluptuous bodies with big tits and round asses.
And the dudes too, yeah.
And he'd go like, by the way, bye, Rudy. Have a good night. Thanks for being here, brother. Yeah, he'd go, but what about the women? Can I do something with their breasts? And Marvel would be like, no, chop them off. But it's a woman. Why can I not do anything with the breast?
Oh, how do you know it's a woman?
Yeah, right.
Damn.
Edward Scissorhands.
Hey, it's a beautiful dream.
Yeah. Hot take. I think Stegman is overrated. Damn.
Whoa. You better get out of the stream.
Whoa, yikes. No, that's all right, Ryan. That's totally fair. Riley would fit better, maybe.
Well, that's true. It is a shit story.
Terrible story with terrible art. Look at that.
Beanheads, all
Oh, could you imagine all the X-Men with bean heads?
Being scared all the time.
Juggernauts doing twinkle toes. Like
I like
toes.
that.
Ooh.
Beast is sashaying around. Yeah, that all tracks.
Yeah, it was... it was fine for first issue, I guess.
No.
I don't know. I just couldn't get invested. And that was what was unfortunate to me. So
it's not fine. It was bad. It's a bad first issue. Terrible misstep. Wrong.
They had an opportunity and they just
and they failed.
Yeah.
Would you come back for issue 2?
Well, we have to because it's the show, but
would you?
Would I?
Yeah.
No.
First off, would you pay $6 for that book?
No.
Okay,
well,
it's a fail. It's a fail.
I think I think I'd pay $6. Oh, I don't know. I'd have to read it again. Dang. Now wait. Action though was $5, right? $5.
Not even worth it. No way.
Not even worth a quarter.
No. Right.
The main question is of this book, Action. We're moving on to Action now. Did this even have to exist? Did this story need to be told at all? What was there any? No. I make the argument no. This is just like Jason Aaron's Action Comics run with Bizarro. This did not need to exist.
Wait, I thought we liked that Bizarro because that first issue of the Bizarro, that was okay, right? But then it started to fail.
It was
at the end.
it was okay, but did it really need to exist at all? Did it really need to be told? No.
Yeah.
The same with this. You've wasted Eddie Barrows. You've absolutely wasted him, and his art in this is not his best work. Honestly, it's okay. It's okay at best. It's not great. I'll say that.
I didn't like it.
No, and Superman's written like a dickhead in this. Honestly, I just was not a fan.
Well, wait, hold on a sec, Drew. You're saying that when Superman was beating up the big alien, and he said, "I'm sorry if this is culturally insensitive to you, big alien, but forgive me for what I'm about to do," and then he punches him into oblivion. Like, you don't think that's Superman?
That was funny.
It's
When he's being culturally sensitive towards the big monster.
I think it's stupid, but hey, that's just me.
Wow, you're calling Gail Simone stupid? No.
I calling her writing, and not her, but her writing.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Yeah, I want to see if I can find that panel, because he does say something there or something to that effect. Let's see. Oh, don't get me started about the aliens coming to Earth and like all the black kids like beating it up or something. It's like, okay, yeah, that's gonna happen.
That tracks.
I do like the suit. Suit looks good, classic Superman. But yeah, I don't know, man. The like this is a cool page. This is a great page.
They just randomly show up out of nowhere, just randomly there. It's like, but I real quick, the first couple pages, how slow of a news day in Metropolis is it? If you're talking about the potential closure of an after school like boys club or whatever.
Oh yeah, when there's
like,
nothing
really?
going on. Yeah,
really. And then you got Superman eating a rifle. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here?
That was an odd choice.
Why did he eat it? Why did he not crumple it? That would be cool, right?
Rip it in half or break it over his knee.
He already grabs it, and you could just turn that thing like if you have a piece of paper and you know how you crumple it, like he could just do that with the gun.
Yeah, or he throw it in that alien's face and it sticks through his fucking face.
Oh my god!
Oops.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a choice to have him bite it.
Yeah, that was odd to me. I was like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah. Here we go. I apologize if this is against your cultural norms, Galax. But to be fair, you did threaten to eat me. Didn't?
That's cute.
Your cultural norms, giant alien thing. Drew, would someone have to pay you? Well, no one paid you to read this Gail Simone comic, so I guess, yeah.
No.
Oh, well. Yeah, no, action was bad.
And the backup.
Oh, wait. Yeah, we didn't even get to the backup. This backup.
Oh,
no. I'm the editor now, Superman.
Hey, she has a hard job being editor-in-chief, okay? She's a woman in the workforce that usually a man does, so she has to be super tough.
This was Rainbow Rowell, right?
Yep, yes. The stunning and brave, outstanding writer of She-Hulk that's been relaunched, I think, twice in 2 years under her guidance.
Stunning and brave.
Stunning and brave. Yeah. After reading this short story.
What was this story, Drew? Why don't you give a little taste?
Honestly, I don't even know if there was a story with this. All I know is that the takeaway from this is that if you go into reading this, would you have thought the Clark and Lois are in a relationship? Would you have thought that they were married? Would you have thought that that she respected him? Would you have thought Clark has any self-respect? Would you? No, he is an absolute simp, and she is an absolute unlikable bitch. It's like, I understand you're the boss, but you don't have to be the world's biggest bitch on the planet, especially to your fucking husband. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. So the backup story is essentially Perry White has left, and so he makes Lois editor-in-chief. Superman finds out about a story that is going on in Metropolis, so he takes care of, Clark finds out about a story, so then Superman goes to save, whoever would happen, gets in a kerfuffle, and then comes back. And Lois gives the story that Superman went to, that Clark, quote unquote, went to, right? To an intern. And Clark is like, Lois, that's my story. This is a big
I was
story.
there.
I was there. I can report on it. It's my job, right? And she goes, sorry, Clark, it's a conflict of interest. And he's like, bitch, everything I do is a conflict of interest. If I'm Superman and I'm writing the stories that I'm doing, he even says, like Rainbow Royale even notices her own contradiction in the comic.
Right.
Because he says, where is it? It's right up here. I've covered Superman's friends and enemies countless times before. Perry never had a problem with it. He's like, why is that a conflict of interest? And she goes, well, I'm not.
So she has a problem with that. So she's had a problem with him doing this all these years, and she's never said a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Never said a fucking thing to her husband about this. This is bullshit. This is total bullshit. And the fact that this bitch got to write this story, pretty much, I'm going to guess probably no editorial oversight, no editorial pushback is bullshit. This is a complete fundamental misunderstanding of Lois and Clark, their relationship, and just the Superman mythos. This is an embarrassment.
And you know that DC came to her and was like, can you do a Superman story? Like, she didn't pitch
absolutely.
This. They were like, you need to do one.
Yeah. No, I'll do a Lois story. I'm not going to do a Superman story.
So the last panel says, Superman says, Lois, I don't know what you want from me. I can't put my role as reporter before my responsibilities as Superman. I am Superman. And Lois says, I know, Clark, and I'm the editor-in-chief.
Yep.
Slay Queen, yes.
Put that man in his place, finally.
Yeah. He's like, bitch, I'm Superman. What do you do again? And she's like, I'm editor-in-chief. Watch out.
Like, and you're already bad at it. All right, good. You started out this whole comic saying, I'm unsure of myself. I don't know if I can do this job. I'm not very good at it. Maybe I'm not cut out for this role. And then it turned into, I'm just going to be boss slaying everybody because here's a redheaded woman who I think can do your job better than you.
No. A redheaded intern.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's supposed to be Gail Simone or Heather Antis before they gain the weight. I think that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But what I find hysterical is that I love this commentary on just women replacing males as these bosses, and we're seeing them fail spectacularly. First with Lois replacing Perry, and with what's her name in Gotham, Montoya replacing James Gordon as commissioner, and they're just both failing horribly at their jobs. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, maybe they're trying to say that women suck as bosses. I don't know.
Wow, that's very progressive of them.
Yeah. Well, it would have been funny if Clark came back and said, "Oh, you already did that. Great. I already had it done 10 minutes ago, because I can write this story in about half a second." But yeah, you go ahead and continue your story here. That's cute and adorable.
You'd be like, yeah, that's cute. He's like, do you want me to
stick with Clark?
He's like, do you want to edit my story? Because you're the intern, and because I already wrote the story. So do you want to look at it and just make sure it looks good? So that we can print it, because it's my job.
Yep.
That would be pretty based if he did that. No.
It would have been awesome.
All right. So far, Action was a skip it. X-Men was a skip it. What did we think about Transform Hers?
This was good. I really
That was
enjoyed
boring.
this issue. What?
Oh,
No.
Drew, you liked and enjoyed and had fun and would read this issue again.
Absolutely. Yes.
Oh,
I
Wow.
loved. I thoroughly enjoyed the opening with Beachcomber. I thought that was great. I enjoyed that stuff. I thought I had fun with. I really enjoyed this.
This was a filler issue.
oh, this was bad.
No,
this was
no,
such a boring
filler.
Oh,
This
Filler.
was so filler.
Filler.
Jesus.
This was like
Filler.
Let's
This-
just sit
hey,
around
this-
and talk and talk and talk and talk and
filler.
talk. Talk about whales
Filler.
and talk and talk and talk.
Filler.
yeah, filler.
Filler.
Just by the cover alone, I was like, oh, this is they're taking a beat. They're taking a week off.
No,
It's going to be a
they're
breather.
not.
A long
I
breather.
could not.
You know.
I could not disagree more with what you guys just said.
Wow, really?
Yes, really.
I don't know. I found nothing about this book.
You
to be
had
like,
among other things, in this issue, we're having the Decepticons, Soundwave and Shockwave, setting up their new power supply, their new power source, what they're going to be doing, and we find out what they're doing at the end of it. Oh, they're bringing Cybertron to fucking Earth, and it looks like it's going to get pretty destructive. So this is pretty damn huge. I wouldn't say this is filler.
That's a big reveal for sure.
Yeah.
But this book, issue 9, the one that came out last month, that was a banger. This one, I was emotionally just completely invested in what was going on with the characters. This one, this month's, I was like, who's this character? What's this person? Why are you here? What's going on? So you're doing this to get this thing back, but we left these guys behind. So I was just like, I'm so lost, and I just what's happening?
Yeah, you got
What
the
are we doing?
F-listers going in there. It's like, okay, you're just making up names now for these Transformers, and
Yeah,
they're just whining and talking and more talking.
So I was a little lost, and it just felt like there was they needed to get from point A to point B, which was they needed to get from Cliffjumper and what's his name are prisoners. And then they needed to get to point B, which was and the Decepticons are bringing whatever to Earth.
Cybertron.
And they were just like, what do we do in the meantime?
Let's talk.
And they talk about their plan.
Keep scheming. Plans,
Yeah.
schemes.
And then this RC completely, once again, as we've seen with all the women in this series, chastises Optimus and is like, where have you been? You didn't help us when we were on Cybertron. You love to be on Earth. You love Earth, but you didn't help us at Cybertron. Where have you been, Optimus? And he's like, I was saving lives here. I was saving the Autobots. And she's like, oh yeah, that's a likely story coming from you. And it's like, whoa, where is this coming from? Ugh.
Somewhere.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I wasn't a fan. This was an okay issue. It was okay.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah, it was fine.
all right.
it's a
Art
meh.
is fan-fucking-tastic. I mean, some of those
Yeah.
panels were great. The one at the end with Cybertron and the giant beam. I was like, this is really fucking cool, but
Meh. Drew is just in silence. He's flabbergasted.
or he fell asleep.
No, I am at a loss for words.
Dominic says, not every issue has to be epic. This issue is clearly putting the pieces in place for the next big confrontation. Correct. And
I
there's, like
agree.
you said, there's nothing wrong with that. But I still am like, when it's sandwiched, but that's what a filler issue is, right? And there's nothing wrong with filler issues.
No.
It's just
This
as
is
slow.
not filler. No, a filler.
It's not.
No, it's not. if they had not, if the Decepticons had not been, if they had not shown us what they were doing of bringing Cybertron to Earth with their huge plan, then yeah, I would say it was a filler issue, absolutely. But no, the fact that we got a lot of progress in that story, it's like, especially the massive cliffhanger, I cannot say this is a filler issue. No.
Okay. Maybe I shouldn't say it's filler, because a filler would be like if they did a completely different story for one issue.
No, Max, I'll agree. If the whole issue was just Beachcomber and like his time on Earth, you know, him like going to the moon and like seeing Earth, if that was the whole issue, yeah, I would agree with you. That's a filler issue.
Then it's filler.
But
okay.
With this, no. With what transpires in this issue, no.
Okay. Maybe so this is a better term, a better phrase that I should be using then. It's more of a setup. It's not a filler, it's a setup.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that's fair. Dominic says Shockwave saying magnificent regarding the whales and then proceeding to suck them in the blender was worth the price of admission.
Yeah, it was hysterical because what's great about it, it's juxtaposed with what Beachcomber says previously. Beachcomber recognizes the beauty in Earth. Then when Shockwave says it's magnificent, it's like he's seeing how beneficial the whales could be to him as a power source, not the beauty of it, but like I guess the beauty, more or less the beauty of the power that it has, like that can help him.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. I definitely get it. I mean, I like the juxtaposition between the two, but still, I was just like, okay, that's fine. MG says I'm with Drew. You two are effed. This is an amazing issue. Oh, Kyle,
amazing? It is not amazing.
I guess we're gonna have to sit this one out. So.
Oof.
Yeah.
No. So this is a skip it, right? 100% skip it.
So. Oh yeah, it's a skip it. I wouldn't.
Bullshit.
Don't take
the
time. You do. What? You could not read this and still totally understand from
you
issue 9 to issue 11.
Exactly.
100%.
Yep.
We're skipping it.
Skip.
Should I play the Oh. Drew dipped out.
Yep, and he thinks he can get back in. You let him.
Too soon.
No.
Should I play the stinger?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I think we got to skip it.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Wow.
Wasn't poignant and nuanced, so it's a skip it.
It clearly wasn't. It need more nuance and poignancy.
Correct.
So yeah.
You get
God damn it.
Maybe next.
I mean, it might as well have been a Carly issue.
Yeah.
Sorry. My brain's about to short circuit. My brain is about to short circuit. You're hearing that.
That's how the show works. Majority vote. So.
Brain does not compute. Oh, God.
Shall we talk about Ice Cream Man?
Now this is a man's book.
Ooh, really? Was it now?
Yeah, it was.
Gosh, Kyle, I think we're really getting people angry. Dominic says, I've never more disagreed with him on this channel.
That's why we're here.
Oh my goodness.
I love it.
You know what's funny is like and here's to put everyone at ease, Transformers issue number 10, the one that we were just talking about, is still better than 99% of everything else that came out this week, except for Ice Cream Man and Conan. But it's still very good. But when you're up here already with Daniel Warren Johnson, it's okay to have little lulls. You know, it's okay to have some fillers or some tie-ins, or what do we call it? Crossover. What was it? Setup issue. Yeah, it's okay to have some setups. It's okay.
Sure.
But yeah, so it's not bad. It's just like, you know, when you're here with like issue 1 through 6, it's okay. But yeah.
Right.
Kyle, what'd you think of Ice Cream Man number 40? Man, we're on issue 40.
No, I love this fucking issue. This is my pick of the week for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you read Savage Sword?
Yeah, that first story in Savage Sword is fucking bad.
It's not great.
It's really long too.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, and the art is.
But there's not a lot of dialogue, so you can kind of breeze through it
God.
a little bit. Yeah.
But yeah, man, that felt long in the tooth. Ironically, in that story. But no, I love this issue. There's a lot going on in these two issues, 39 and 40. Like there are some really heavy shit in this book and these two issues, and I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. So this is the other part of the decompressed story. We're getting it from the truck driver's point of view, and what I liked and what I appreciated is these two characters here. And there's one page in particular that I absolutely love when you get the dichotomy of both of these characters. And because the guy that's driving the truck is, you know, happy-go-lucky guy. Everything's great and wonderful, and I'm a writer, and I'm so excited for this, and I'm getting a short story published in the Times, and super great. And the other guy is down on his luck, doesn't have a family, lives by himself, and just upset and doesn't see the good in anything. And you have both of these characters together in this truck, and there's a page where you see them both talking, and they go underneath an underpass, and the one pessimistic character, the guy on the left there with the mustache, like, is talking about how he sees all the bad. Like, he sees this character, he sees this homeless person underneath the overpass. He's so focused on all the negativity, and he's like, I don't know why you keep saying everything smells different. The air smells different out here. You know, it's better smelling here. And it's like, it's all the same. Everything sucks. And the guy in the blonde hair, it's like, no. It's different. You know, I get a good feeling here. You know, the New Hampshire wind is different. And the other guy's like, no, dude, it's all the fucking same. What are you talking about? You're stupid. It's like in this page right here. Like, I love how they see life and how they both view life completely differently. It's just absolutely amazing. And how you can do it in one page, like the amount of detail in this, these two characters convey throughout this is just absolutely stunning. It's brilliant.
Is it poignant and nuanced?
Absolutely.
Ooh. I really liked the issue. And it is just incredible what decompression or what was it? Decompressions
Storytelling,
yeah. What that can do, because we always talk about that with like James Tiny Onion. We always say like his stuff is always decompressed. That it takes like 6 to 12 issues to make like one point. But this is a comic that feels like it goes on forever, and yet it is in the span of 1 second. Or it's really just like 30 seconds, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
And yet you take 30 minutes to read this thing. Because it's just so beautiful. You're like you're like really getting the backstory of these characters. You're really getting to know them. You're understanding the author and what the author is saying about, like, you know, how to write decompressed storytelling and things like that. It is fascinating. The book is very well written. I was really impressed. I didn't like the end. There's a caption where the author says, you know, what kind of god would do this? And it's not theoretical. Tell me what god would do this. And I'm just like, oh yeah, no, you're not boring at all. I haven't heard that thousands of times, you know. And I understand that the author is frustrated, but it's just like, dude, you were going so good, right? Don't even go there. Just don't even talk about it. Or don't even mention it. There's no need to mention it when it just came out of left field, when it didn't feel like it was part of the story. Like neither of these two men are religious. Why was it even brought
They're
up?
not, but it is from the perspective of this pessimistic guy that does see the worst in everything. And so somebody like that would be like, what kind of god would kill an entire family in a car accident? Like what,
right?
Why would that happen? And it's not rhetorical. I'm not just saying that without an answer. It's like, I really want to know, like,
right.
And those are questions. If you've lost somebody, trust me, I still ask that question every day. And it's like, but you know, the answer's not any easier, but I could see why it's in there. Does it need to be in there? Probably not, but it's existential. I understand. So what was interesting about this ending is how happy it was. I was shocked at the way he chose to do this at the end, because if you read the short story here at the very end, the one that the character wrote, and the page I brought up and why it was so interesting is the pessimistic character is talking about the guy that's driving. He says it's very interesting how he tends to view the world. It's almost as if he's from a different universe, and he's seeing a different world. And in this short story, the way it could have been, it's interesting in the fact that all of the characters in this short story live. That car accident happened, but everybody lives. And then he goes on to explain what happens in their lives.
Oh, wow.
Happens to the young man, what happens to the boy, what happens to the girl, what happens to the parents, what happens to his friend that's in the truck. All of them go on to live different lives, and why everything is working out for the best. And that it brings it back to that page of, it's almost as if this guy's living in a different universe. It's like, because he's choosing to see an other way it could have been, as opposed to all of them dying in a car crash.
Yeah.
So this was absolutely it is worth reading this short story alone the way it could have.
Unfortunately, I did not take the time to read this at the end. But the way that you just described that kind of gave me chills, because it makes the book better. Like if I were to read that, it makes it there's a through line and it just connects everything. So that's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah. And as somebody, me personally, who is very pessimistic.
Yeah.
I say realistic, but in all reality, I'm pretty pessimistic. It gives me hope seeing characters that are written that are good and want to see the good in things. And I really thoroughly appreciated that short story at the end. That's what sold this book. If it just ended here with this character reading the New Yorker and his buddies, and you don't really understand or what he actually wrote, wouldn't have hit as well. But actually reading the story and seeing the way it would have ended for these characters, it was brilliant.
Well, hell yeah, man. That's awesome. You know what? I'd understand that it's your pick of the week. That totally makes sense. So, you know what? I'll give it another shot, because 1, I need to read issue 39, and 2, I need to read the short story at the end of this. book.
100%. Short story makes this book.
Yeah. All right. I'll take another look at it for sure. Drew, did you get a chance to read Ice Cream Man?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, issue 39 was really good. This was, just as good, but like Kyle said, from a different point of view. And both really are a good duology. And I really encourage everyone to check this out. It's one of the few two-parters from Ice Cream Man. I think it may be the first.
Yeah.
It really damn good. And just another case of from these two creatives that you just don't know what to expect, what to get from their series Ice Cream Man. So what's great about it? No two stories are the same.
Yeah, that's what's cool is they're always changing it up, man. Like he's always introducing something new. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to try to buy that page of art.
The other one?
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to buy.
Nice. Do it, man. Why not? Yeah.
Well, there's one page I want that isn't available. Not this one. If you, there was a line that I just absolutely loved.
Did you like the little Ice Cream Man truck here?
I loved all the little hints in this when they're with the crab at the back and there's just the little things in this. Like I just the
figgly bumps.
The figgly bumps.
I still love that issue where they get decimated. Oh god, it's so funny.
Talk about left field.
Still going?
Yeah, this page right here. This is the page I wanted.
This would be, could you imagine getting this page? I mean, to be fair,
it's that last. It's one of the last two boxes there. Like if you could see what he saw behind those closed eyes, you'd die smiling too. It's like God, I fucking love that.
That's so good. Yeah.
God damn. Yeah.
W. Maxwell Prince. Bringing the heat, dude.
He really does.
Bringing the heat. You think we can get him on here one of these days?
I don't know. You can try.
I know I've talked to. I know I've reached out to Martin Morazzo. I know he's talked about coming on here and another creative. Right. So
yeah, I've talked to Martin too. He may be doing something for me, but yeah, I've talked to him as well.
If we did get W. Maxwell Prince on here, I'd almost feel like I wouldn't be able to talk to him because like my level of thinking would be down here. I'd be such a pleb, I'd just be like, how do you do it, man? Like, I don't even know. I would feel like worthless. I'd be like, your writing is so good. How do you?
Yeah. Like, dude, you're just in a whole different plane of existence. Like,
he is. Yeah. He's in a different universe. Like, I would be Chris Farley. I'd just be like, remember when you wrote the Ice Cream Man book? Like, yeah. That was cool. That was cool. We need to do a bit like that with some artist that's actually like cool with us doing that and just have like
we should.
That was cool. Yeah. No, because then I'd be pooping in my pants. Poopy in my pensies. I'd be going, yeah, I fucked your wife. Yeah. whatever he said the other day.
Yeah.
What did he say? He said something like that, right?
And here, hand it over to the announcer.
Exit stage left.
This is all unscripted, by the way. Unscripted.
Yeah, he did great. All right, I do have to talk about this one real quick. Where'd it go? Man, it's so far down. It's such a shame that no one reads this, man. Here it is. 88.
So damn
oh,
good.
That's pathetic.
88.
This was my pick of the week.
Oh.
Yeah, the Solomon Kane story in the back was beautiful.
It was.
The artwork in here, well, the artwork for the main story, I actually kind of liked it. It grew on me a little bit. It's not pristine or anything, but when you're looking at this thing, it is 64 pages magazine format.
Yeah.
You get a cool story by Alan. What was it? Alan Qua, right, Drew?
Alan Qua, yeah. It's a silent
at the
issue.
end. And that was pretty rad too. Little seduction of a lady turns into a monster. Yeah, man. Savage Sword of Conan, the magazine, is really fun for me because it's in the newsprint, so it smells like newsprint. You get 4 different stories essentially. You get your main story, you get like a pinup or a couple pinups, you get like a novelization, you get a poem, you get Solomon Kane, and then you get a final story. So you actually get 5 things, or maybe even 6 if you include the pinups. But it's like you get a little bit of everything, and it takes me like an hour to read this all together, which is great because I can be in my chair, I can be in bed, and I can just be like reading it like nothing. With some of the comics, I feel like, oh, I don't want to ruin them or I don't want to damage them. But with the magazine format, it just, I don't know. I feel so just like relaxed and at peace. Like, just, this book is awesome. Oh yeah, I love doing this and I love seeing that or reading this. It's just it's a feel good book. It's not anything gaudy or introspective or poignant and nuanced. It's just, hey, this is a really great book and it's a lot of fun. And yeah, so Drew, did you like this one as well, you said?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thoroughly enjoyed this issue. Had a lot of fun. Yeah, I'll say I had more fun with the backups than the main story. Don't get me wrong, the main story is good, but I had more fun with the backups and the poem and all that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the main one, I will say, it's a little odd. It's like Conan as a werewolf. So I was like,
yeah, it's like, could be cool. Well, first off, the art I thought was terrible.
I wouldn't say it was terrible.
Awful.
But it wasn't.
Whoa.
Whoa. Fucking horrible. Whoa. I hated it.
Whoa. No. Wow.
Skip it. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it was okay. I think what's tough is that they have to find someone who can do 50 pages of art in a month and then put it in this kind of deluxe size magazine style format. That's really tough. And I think they're just trying to find anyone, so.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
They're trying,
but yeah,
it just wasn't the best.
No, it definitely wasn't the best from Savage Sword. But I think it was the best this week, though. But yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, over Ice Cream Man.
Yeah. Reread Ice Cream Man. I know there were a bunch of words at the back, but you can read them.
Yeah, I don't know. If it's not pictures, my brain kind of gets a little hot.
Clearly.
It has to cool down for a bit. So I read Conan. And I just go, big muscle men beat werewolf.
No words. Werewolf man, I think. I don't know. The art's so bad, I can't really tell.
Wow. Oh, man. MG says, Savage Sword seems like they don't have the money to put in the art somehow. Well, yeah, I mean, if it's Titan, Titan Comics, they're still getting their name out there. So I don't think they have as much money as we would hope, but I'm thinking that like the more the series goes on, the better the art will be. So we'll see.
Can hope.
The covers on Savage Sword are bad.
Number 4.
Uh-oh. Let's take a look here. See.
Ooh. I don't think so.
This is the one.
That is bad. Yes. That's AI. Yeah, that's bad.
This is the choose your own sex adventure.
Correct. That is awful.
What was it called?
Siren's Gate.
Siren's Gate. This is the Siren's Gate guy.
Yep.
Is he doing the cover?
I hope so.
Andy
Conan's Gate.
Shannon Mayer. No, that was Shannon Mayer. So I don't think so.
Wait a second. They're not making this one. This one's cool. Why is this not the cover A?
It should be.
Makes too much
sense. This looks sick. Yeah, this one looks way better.
What's the other one?
Ew.
What the fuck? Oh
what
my
is
god,
that?
that is so bad. Oh
Why did they
my
make Conan
God.
look like that? That's
So
gross. Ugh.
so bad.
What are they doing?
Oh my god.
Even Solomon Kane looks like a witch.
Oh
Ugh.
my god.
And who that? Why is she flipping off? Like, what is going on down here?
Oh.
He looks like a. Oh my god! I'm not even gonna say.
I was gonna say I could say a lot of things. He looked
That looks
like that.
bad. That does not look good.
Oh no.
Yeah, super cringe, David. It. Oh, you know what? That's a really good parallel. Like, I could. That's totally what that looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I actually really dig this cover. I like it a lot.
It's interesting.
I know. Yeah. Because it looks like he's cut out the eye of the serpent that he just killed and put it over his own eye as like an eye patch. That's kind of cool.
Mhm.
So.
Very
But yeah, no,
cool.
this first cover, bro. If this is cover A, there's
That's bad.
absolutely no way. It can't.
No
be.
way.
Can't be. We can't get Siren's Gate here.
I hope not. If that's what we're stooping to, God help us.
Yeah. I remember we defended that too. We were like, no, it's not terrible.
Did we?
I think I had said basically it was like, it's okay. Like, it's maybe there's something interesting here. But then I think you were just like, no, it's bad and it looks like porn art. So
Yeah. Because it is.
not a Conan cover, yeah.
It's not an anything cover. Like this is just no.
Yeah. That's
Oh
no,
my
that's not good.
God.
No bueno.
No.
Drew, did you have any? Did you have one that you wanted to talk about? Did you read maybe Get Fury? Or
I read several more. I read Get Fury. I thought it was boring. I read The Robin Lives. I thought it's an interesting idea. The art was fucking terrible.
Ooh.
Yeah, not a fan. Rick Leonardi's worst art. He's trying to be Dennis Cowan, and it's not good. I read Task Force 7. That was fucking terrible as well. Go figure. Leah
Wow, really?
Williams.
Oh, that's right, Lee. Oh, wait, this is the one with Atlantis, right?
Yeah, that's the one that had the Atlantis caption at the end. It's like, I cannot believe this. I just
talk about
Mary. Was her Mary Marvel written like Mary Marvel written like an absolute bitch in this. Billy written like an absolute dunce. It's just, this sucked.
Talk about grammar and misspellings. I'm pretty sure. It's at the end here. I'm pretty sure we were talking about this being a big typo, but chat, you guys are gonna have to. You're gonna have to let us know here. So this says next, Atlantis's new ruler. I think it should just be next Atlantis, apostrophe.
S apostrophe, yeah.
Or S apostrophe, new ruler. Not Atlantis's new ruler.
Hey, you don't need
right?
another S.
I didn't, at least, because when you say Jesus, like Jesus's, it's Jesus apostrophe or
Right.
S apostrophe.
Yes. Because it's also possessive.
Because Jesus owns something.
Right. It's S
So, and
apostrophe.
it's Atlantis's new ruler. So
Right.
Dominic says this is literally third grade grammar. Atlantis.
Yeah,
It really should be the next ruler. Oh yeah, see, there you go, Dave. The next ruler of Atlantis. Just
the
simple,
new ruler of Atlantis. Yes.
Yeah, just change the rework the words, guys. You got to remember, this is a professionally published DC comic. Y'all remember DC Comics that published such works as, I don't know, what are some classic stories? Superman, No World, or Superman Birthright, Superman Space Age. No, I'm kidding.
Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow.
Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow. Green Lantern.
Mhm.
The Ethan Van Sciver run and the Robert Venditti run.
Yeah.
All the classic Batman stuff, and this is what they got now. So,
Hey, no editors.
yeah. Well, most of DC's writers are at a 3rd grade reading level. Yeah,
It's true.
I guess I'm the only one that Get Fury. You are Jack Frost. Yeah, it was slow. But then,
slow.
Jack, you're a really big fan of what's his name, Garth Ennis. So I feel like you don't think this is too slow because it's just Garth Ennis writing, right? So I think that you may see the intricacies of his work better than us, maybe. Other than the realization that Frank is actually kind of in on it. Yeah, the issue is just kind of like, okay, all right, yeah, okay. So we're already on issue 3, and I just keep thinking, okay, the next issue they'll do something. Well, it wasn't issue 2. All right, well, maybe issue 3. Okay, maybe not issue 3, maybe issue 4, and it's just like, okay, so we're continually doing this thing where it's like waiting for something to happen. I don't know. I mean, it's fine, but yeah. Any thoughts on this one, Kyle?
I didn't read it.
Oh, okay.
Chose not
Drew?
to.
I did read Get Fury. Yeah, I was just not a fan. It was boring. It was slow. We spent a lot of time with these 2 jackasses on the golf course, and it's just like, really? We're just gonna be spending a lot of the time here talking to these 2 on the golf course. It's just, I kept going looking forward in the pages. I'm like, are we still with these guys? I couldn't believe it. No. It just, this was not fun. There's nothing Max about this issue.
Yeah, that's true. It's all there. Marvel's always like, ooh, this is adult. It's Max. And it's like, well, is it? So
could be.
Jack says he really liked that aspect of it. I think the dialogue is really well written. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the dialogue. I think it's just like you said, Jack. It's just a slow build off. I was hoping for an earlier payoff, or maybe not an earlier payoff, but at least like you got to pace it to give us like something in the middle of the issue, just to be like, oh, that was exciting, that was fun. I don't know, but I understand this is more of like a spy thriller as opposed to an action adventure.
It's not even a thriller. It's not even a spy thriller. It's just it's a very lukewarm. It's like barely bathwater lukewarm intense.
Oh, no. Well, I'm trying to think if there was anything really else of note. But
Geiger stuff actually happened in Geiger. This is the first issue of any Geiger ever where something actually happened.
You read Geiger?
Yeah.
Unironically.
And I'm like, holy shit, something
happened?
He's not moping around like a whiny bitch still.
Oh, it only took 4 issues. I took Geiger off my pull list, to be completely honest.
I don't blame you. But yeah, stuff actually happened in this issue, and I was like, oh, this was kind of fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
Color me surprised.
I was surprised. I was like, this is actually not bad. I still don't care, but it's not bad.
Well, I mean, that was gonna kind of be my next question, is like, in the grand scheme of things, though, what is this set up? Or does it?
I also didn't realize that he had like a limit to his powers. I thought whenever he turned into Geiger Man
Mhm.
that he could stay that way until he put the rods back kind of on him.
Okay.
But I guess he now, like, if he uses a lot of his energy, it goes away for a little bit and has to recharge.
His nuclear power goes away.
Yeah. Which I think he just made that up now because he's realized he was too overpowered. So it was like, oh, I used this big burst of energy. All right, now I'm human again for a little while until it recharges. It's like, was that ever a thing? I don't know. I don't
Not
think
really.
so.
No.
Yeah, but now it is apparently now. And so then he gets human, and this guy sets a trap for him, and then he ends up shooting him. And he's like, "Oh, you're human now. Now you're gonna die." And that's how the issue ends. But obviously he'll be fine. But
Yeah,
it's like, okay, but they fight a bunch of fucking zombie people. I'm like, this is kind of cool.
that's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, the readers liked it.
Of course they did.
So what is our top 3? Drew?
Transformers, Savage Sword, and Ice Cream Man.
Ice Cream Man pick of the week?
I would say
Or
probably
Ice Cream Man number 3?
I would say Savage Sword is probably my pick of the week. Transformers
Nice.
2, and then Ice
All
Cream
right.
Man.
Jafiel. I like it. Kyle?
Ice Cream Man.
Mm-hmm.
Transformers.
Definitely not Transformers. I would go with X-Men, and then I would
Ooh.
go Geiger.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
that was a roller coaster of emotions you just took us through.
No, it's Ice Cream Man, Savage Sword, and then you could put Transformers up there.
Wow, you put Conan as your number 2, even with the bad art, eh?
Oh, the art is dog shit, but that's just the first story in there. You can skip that
Solomon
first fucking
Kane.
story. Solomon Kane. Jesus Christ, that
It's
art
so rad.
alone is
Yeah.
oh god, it's so damn good.
It's so cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think I'm doing Savage Sword.
Transformers.
I think I might do Transformers number 2.
You're putting that
And then-
over Ice Cream Man.
And then Ice Cream Man.
Oh, fuck
3.
you. That's not no.
I need to go back and reread issue 39, and then I need to read the short story. Then I'll probably put Transformers number 3 or 4. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Ice Cream Man and Transformers are neck and neck.
What else did I read? I don't even. I'm trying to remember. If there's anything else.
Get Fury, Transformers, Ice Cream Man, Action Comics. I wanted to read Silver Surfer and Green Lantern, but I didn't get a chance to read those ones.
Yeah,
Because there was like a Silver Surfer. Yeah, there's like an annual.
Oh, I did. It sucked. It
really?
sucked. Yeah.
Well,
It was
what am I
not
saying? Really? Like it's, I should be expecting this at this point. Yeah. But I thought Ron Mars was writing. Yeah.
No, it was not Ron's best work. I'll say that.
Oh, all right.
shame.
That's
I tried to read the Gotham by Gaslight, Kryptonian Man.
oh yeah.
It's stupid.
It's really
It's
stupid.
incredibly
Yeah.
Whoa, I don't. This cover's a little off.
Bad.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just haven't gotten into this. I love the first Gotham by Gaslight, but this, yeah, it's really bad.
That first one is gorgeous.
It's
And
so
it's really it's pretty groundbreaking when you think about
good. Mhm.
how they introduced it and everything. I feel like so.
Yeah. And then I tried to read. I opened up the Batman 89. Like I just wanted to go back.
Oh,
Because it's been delayed
wait
for
a
like it
second.
felt like 2 years.
Wait, this one?
Yeah, it's bad.
What?
It's so
It-
bad.
Yeah, I tried reading it. Like,
No
it gets to a point
way.
where Robin is just like, well, I'm sorry, Rob, because he's robbing people.
Yeah.
He's just completely browbeating, just talking down to Bruce. the entire like latter half of the book. I'm like, fuck this kid, fuck this book. This is garbage. It makes me all the more excited for that novelization coming out in August. I cannot wait to get that. I cannot wait to read that. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, but this is just, it is comically like I'm sitting there trying. Like I'm trying to finish it, but I'm just dying laughing because one, the art is fucking dog shit, and two, this story is so ludicrously stupid.
No
I'm just like,
way.
there's no way this is real. Like it is so bad.
I am so surprised that they're even still going with. I mean, what was the last issue?
I don't know.
Let's check.
Issue 2 came out like in March, I think.
Cover date May 2024.
Bull. No, there's no
does it sound
way.
right? So it took a month
Say
off,
May
or 2 months off.
2023.
That's a cool Danny Warren Johnson page, though. I do like that. It's all right.
Yeah, wasted.
Yep,
But
none
yeah.
of that's in the book.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Why is he doing variant cover? You should never have him doing variant covers. He should be doing cover A's. Like that
Yep.
should be his, bread and butter. But
Fucking
yeah, I completely forgot that this was even a thing. So the fact that you guys read this is hilarious.
oh, it was.
I'm
something.
sorry you had to do that.
No, it's a scene. I'm telling you, it's a good laugh.
Oh, it's a scene, man.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic says, like, the only new stuff worth getting at Marvel are the vintage throwback minis. Okay.
And
these giant size-
foils
Oh,
of
don't even-
facsimiles.
oh.
Those.
You've been buying the
Yep.
DC foils.
Yep. Get those too.
Well, actually, no. You bought that Hulk 181 foil that broke
yeah.
comic shops.
Yep.
Fiend
that's
says
going
these
for,
giant
right?
size issues have all sucked.
Let me check and see what that's going for right now.
Oh, please go
Bay.
check the Bay of E.
Yeah.
See what those are going for. A whole whopping $3.
Think so, eh?
Jack says Giant Size Man Thing is one of the most unintentionally funny comic titles ever. It really is. That is a great, and I guarantee you they meant to have it be Giant Size Man Thing. There's no way that they
$15. Thank you.
15
Yeah.
15 whopping big ones.
Yeah.
Ooh,
You're
that's
welcome.
like 2 gallons of gas. Congratulations.
And what did you pay
Yeah.
for? How much did you pay for that bad boy? 10?
Mhm. I'll have to go back and look. I don't have my glasses on. I can't see. I don't know what I paid
Oh
for.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
That's like when the kid in like high school, he comes to you and he's like, "Hey, that's a cool watch, man. Where'd you get that watch?" And you don't want him to have it. So you're like,
Mhm.
"Oh, I don't know. Like it's like family heirloom. You can't get it anywhere else. I don't know where I got it. I don't know."
Mhm.
And he's like, "Oh, okay. Sure enough, it's at Target. You just didn't want the other kid to know."
Of course. Got to be the only one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how much I paid for that book. I don't know.
I don't know.
You're like
Maybe
Maybe
you
Jake
paid-
with those glasses. You don't want to know where you got those glasses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
You paid $30 for that book and you just don't want anyone to know.
Could be. I don't remember. I really don't remember.
Right.
It was probably around there. It was probably $8 to $10 is my guess.
There is one man who can probably answer. Do you think that he may buy some of those comics? Think that he puts his investments into foil covers?
Rockin' Robbie?
Do you think that he does such things?
100%. He's brought it up. I don't know how many times.
Shall we see what his pick of the week was this week? I'm
It's gonna be
curious.
something fucking stupid.
It's gonna be
What
like
was
something
poignant and nuanced
random,
this week?
like
Batman
something that we
Echoes.
didn't even
gotta
think,
be-
something we didn't even mention.
Probably.
No, it's going to be Action Comics or Batman Echoes or X-Men.
There's no way.
Did Ram V have a book out this week? Because like you,
Yes, oh, yes, he did.
anything
Shadow.
Ram V,
No, he did. He did.
right?
Did
He
he?
did. Is that Shadow Run or whatever the hell it's called? The Pacific Rim book he's doing.
Oh no!
Oh.
Guys, you know what? I genuinely think he's gonna say X-Men. It makes total sense, right? He has to say X-Men.
Not
It's an
if
issue number
there's
1.
a Ram V book out. He has to suck his dick because anything Ram V does is amazing.
Oh, he's got a conflict of interest. What is he going to do?
I don't know.
Well, let's see.
Culture philosophers.
Tune in
I'm Rockin'
this
Robbie
week.
Phillips, and it's time for the weekly comic book review.
I hope y'all voted for him, by the way. I hope we got
Yeah,
him.
if you guys didn't vote for him for
comic
best
book.
hands.
Buddy, thanks for checking out the
Yes, yeah, for best hands. That's right. Best
Yep.
live show community, best moderator. Yeah.
Best asshole, that too. Yeah.
video. I am Rockin' Robbie Phillips. This is the weekly comic book review. It's the show I read a lot of comic books and I'll let you know what I thought about them. And we always start with a pick of the week. And this week's pick of the week, Precious Metal, issue number
Station.
We didn't even know
What the fuck is that?
Random book. Oh man. I was really hoping it was gonna be X-Men. Oh, I could have sworn. All right, let's see what
Metal?
Precious Metal is about. Issue number, what issue did he say?
number 2 from Image Comics, written by Darcy Van Polgees, artwork by Ian Bertram, coloring by Matt Hollingsworth, and Hassan Osman El Howe on the lettering. And then we have, I believe it's Ben Dyer, yes, on the logo and the design work. This book is fantastic. And in fact, this was a very difficult pick for pick of the week because there are like 2 or 3, maybe even 4 books that are worthy of the pick of the week. But
4 books this week that came out.
4 pick of the weeks.
We barely made a 3. We
Mhm.
barely had a top 3.
Wow.
And we know he's not going to say Conan. I don't think.
No, he doesn't
Has he
read
ever?
that.
Yeah, I was about to say, does he read it?
No.
Precious Metal gets me. The reason why it gets me is because the artwork in this book is so dense and rich,
Oh,
and so is the story. We add so much more complexity, not just to the world building, but to the narrative as well. The story in issue 2 is already taking twists and turns that I did not see coming, and they're also cementing further its connection to Little Bird, which was like my favorite comic book the year it came out. Little Bird is one of the best comics of the last 25 years. I think it's one of the
whoa!
What?
Whoa. Little Bird? What the
You-
fuck is that? What is that?
You know
I've
what?
never
You know what?
heard of that.
You know what he's reminding me of, real quick. You know, he is reminding me of the Wizard magazine jackasses who back in the 1993, saying all the Valiant comics were the best books of the year,
Yeah.
even though Spawn and others were outselling these books in the millions. It's like, no, you're fucking wrong, Robbie. No, you're an idiot. These books
That's so
suck.
funny.
You're the only one reading this damn book.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would make sense. Yeah, he's like, but then, to be fair, and I will be fair, I'm going to be good faith. It's like for us, when we read Nottingham or when we read, Viking or Bear Pirate, like we're like, guys, read these books. Like we are shouting from the mountaintops. We're like, Nottingham is our number 1 book this week, and like we're trying to get people to read them. So maybe that's what Robbie's doing. Because if he were to shill, he would have definitely put X-Men number 1 as his number 1.
Well, maybe he knows these fucking cocksuckers who wrote or drew this book and is like, oh, this is my best buddy. I've had him on the show before. This is why it's a good book.
Yeah, that could be
I
it.
don't know.
Dominic Mason says, I only know about this book because it had a huge stack in my LCS and no one bought it. That tracks.
Poignant and
man.
nuanced.
Yeah. We need to have
case in
like
point, just like the Valiant books of the 1990s. So many
Yeah.
fucking unsold books. Stores got suckered into buying, and no one bought it.
There you go. Yeah, we need some slogans for this show. That tracks, poignant and nuanced. I think those are the 2 that we can start with. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
one of the best comics of all time. This is a prequel of sorts to Little Bird, but you don't have to have read Little Bird to
Wait, did we ever find out what Little Bird is?
Little Birds? I gotta look that up.
No.
I've never heard of that fucking thing. Little Bird.
Oh yeah, I read comics. My favorite one is Little Bird.
It's like
not Superman, not Batman, not Wolverine, not
this
X-Men.
came out in 2019.
Okay.
The Fight for Elders Hope.
Hold on. Let's see here.
Oh God, this
Does it look interesting? Little Bird.
it's the same art as this book is.
Pretty bird.
Ian Bertram is the artist.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a
This
minute.
is kinda cool.
I think I remember this came out like what 2-3 years ago.
It said 2019.
Wow. I think
Looks interesting.
yeah, I think Ernie had ordered a bunch of these but yeah, I don't think it did well. I think he had a bunch of backstock.
You know what this reminds me of is Orphan and the Five Beasts, like a lesser, lamer version of Orphan and the Five Beasts.
Of James Stokoe, a lesser version of James Stokoe. Yeah.
Yeah. This is
this was.
Yikes! This is fucking just. This was like a fucking post-apocalyptic girl boss who's.
Because this was sick as hell, man. I loved this series. I still
Thunder Thighs.
Favorites. Yeah.
Thunder Thighs. I love it, man. Yeah.
Thunder Thighs is on the cover of issue 2 and just crushing people. It's so cool.
I love it.
Yeah. 67 people voted and all gave it a 4.3 average rating. So 67 out of 67 people liked it. That's pretty impressive. That's hard to do. Well, maybe not on League, but you know, you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, sweet. This book looks so stupid.
I mean, I'm not going to brag or anything, but I do have an original art piece from James Stokoe. But yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the alien, right?
Yeah, it's the Colonial Marine.
Colonial Marine, yeah.
The Colonial Marine, yeah.
MG says Ian Bertram did Sicket. Something is Killing the Children cover art. It wasn't great, but it was low printed, so it's worth money. Oh, of course it's exclusive. Well, it's rare. There's only a few copies. Well, I mean, to be fair, Nottingham #1 was rare because it was a low print run. No one ordered it, and then they were like, "Oh shit, this is actually really cool."
Yep.
Understand this, but it might help just kind of knowing a little bit more about this world. Great science fiction concepts, incredibly detailed, rich artwork. It's like inspired a little bit by Mobius, maybe some Otomo in there as well. The coloring is absolutely amazing, each choice, and the story. It's got thematic relevance, it's got character depth, but like I said, also taking twists and turns in that narrative. I don't know where this book is going, but I am all here for it. Precious Metal, this.
But he doesn't. Well, I guess that he doesn't know where the book is going.
Okay.
But he knows what it's about. Like if he said, I don't know what this book is about, but I'm here for that, then I'd be like, wait. But he said he doesn't know where the book is going. And that's fair. That's okay. That's like some comics do that, and that's okay.
Is peak level comics right there.
Whoa. Peak level comics.
Hang on a second. Now we gotta roll it back.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Guys, this is peak, I guess, right here. We've reached the peak. This is it. This is as good as it's gonna get with Precious Metal #2.
This is the Paramount of comics.
This is I guess so.
Let's take a look.
Nottingham #1 was two dudes who won a talent search and somehow pulled off a fantastic comic. It didn't start in the top 5. It worked its way in there, and it wasn't shilled or overhyped by anybody. They're 100% MG. At least that's how I remember hearing about it, was because it was so niche, and like the conversation surrounding Nottingham #1 was not, oh my god, this could be optioned. It was, this story is amazing, and this artist is killing it. So
it's a fresh take on Robin Hood. That's what it was.
Yeah, which was rare because, like we talked about with Shane in his interview, like everyone has done a Robin Hood. Like everyone's done Robin Hood, right?
Yeah.
So, oh well. Robbie owns his own LCS. I don't think so. He may work
No.
for one.
God, I hope not.
Yeah,
If he's buying this shit, he's fucking tanking right now.
Oof.
Yeah, it's like I mean, you might as well stack those right next to Superman versus the Radio Shack calculator. It's just they're not
Yeah.
moving.
Radio Shack calculator.
This book does not look interesting in the slightest. It looks like his take on religion and how it's probably evil and bad for you is my guess here.
Oh, interesting.
No, but
Okay.
the names he brought up, like Otomo, this art is insulting to those creatives. To compare it to Otomo,
Mobius?
That's a fucking low blow to those creators, to those masters.
Yeah. I mean, comparing anyone to Mobius is like, don't do that.
Or Otomo. I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? No,
Yeah.
you cut back into
Yeah.
Prozac. No.
You can say he was probably inspired by those creators, but he's not like those creators. So
No, absolutely not.
And again, this is a book that's probably thinking it's more intellectual than it actually is. And for
like
dipshits like him, he's like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest book ever written." It's
yeah, kind of like 20th Century Men, from what I remember.
which he loved and recommended and said it was one of the best series of all time.
It's poignant and nuanced, man.
Because you're a fucking moron.
Well, we all heard what the writer had to say about cancel culture.
Exactly.
He was like, "I think you guys are making too big of a deal about it." Are we now?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait till you're canceled, you prick. We'll see if it's not that big of a deal.
Oof. MG says, "I heard about Nottingham from you guys, dude. That's sick. That's exciting. See, when I hear about that stuff, that's like makes it totally worth like what we're doing. I'm like, if we can just get one person, which is like Kyle at the bar when he was like, dude, Bear Pirate Viking Queen, just get one person on board, you know?
Yeah,
that's all you got.
Hard selling for 2 hours.
Yeah,
it was worth it."
Robbie doesn't own his own brain cells.
Nope.
Jadzia Axelrod.
It's got that what's the color scheme? That's
bisexual lighting.
Purple and blue.
Fuchsia.
Mm-hmm. Well, that is her character, right? Galaxy is fuchsia.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
there is a lot of that in this book, from what I can tell, from what I'm gathering here.
Dennis Camp, that's his name. Cancel culture is basically just criticism. Mark Miller was like, "Really now, is it?" Oh, that's right. Witchblade is coming out next week.
Yeah, I think it was written by Kelly. Kelly Sue DeConnick. No, not Kelly Sue.
No,
Kelly Thompson wrote it. Kelly Thompson wrote it.
Why is Mark Silvestri illustrating like interiors?
No, of course not.
Who's doing the book then? If it's not Mark, I don't want it.
I think what's his name? Who did the? I think Riley Rossmo. Some guy named Riley Rossmo's doing it.
Oh no! Now you're just trolling me.
Yeah.
Witchblade. Let's see here.
Next week? Yeah, that's what they said.
All right, let's take a gander here.
Here it is. Yeah. Well, Mark is doing the cover. Marguerite Bennett.
Marguerite Bennett. She's the one who looks like. I remember we were playing that game. Is this the Secretary of Health and Human Services, or is this Marguerite Bennett?
Oh no, that's right. Oof. Dominic says, "Channels like this and Thinking Critical have shown me so many good indies. I can never thank you enough for showing me good alternatives to the big two." Wow, that's high praise, Dominic. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You know what's funny? I was watching Perch the other day, and my name came up. My name with Wes.
Oh,
came up
nice.
In one of his videos, yeah. Because he was talking about the Ultimate X-Men series. And someone had written in about how Wes and Drew, they don't care for the book. They don't care for the series at all. And it's like, oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, and even Slavic had said that Nottingham and Life Zero, the Marco Cicchetto book, learned from you guys. So hell yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Life
Life
Zero
Zero's
was
a fun
so
read.
fun.
Life Zero was really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can attribute Echolands to you guys. I think I can attribute Nottingham to you guys. Like those are huge books in my comic collecting career. And you know, thanks to you guys, y'all were reading them. So I hope we can do the same for you guys, chat, and for all the viewers. I hope that we can do the same. So, yeah, no idea who either creative is really. Maybe it'll be good, but I mean, come on, that's a stretch. So, DWJ is one of my top 5 current artists, favorite artists. I wouldn't know who without you guys. Hell yeah, that's good, man. I'm glad. That's what we try and do, you know, just show people the good books that people should be reading, you know.
Actual good books.
Correct. Not whatever Rock and Robbie was kind of talking about there.
Precious metal.
Precious metals. So yeah, here you guys go.
That sucks. That doesn't even look like Silvestri.
Doesn't even look like he was. Yeah, wait, what? Why was like 2 years ago? He did Batman Joker Deadly Duo, which was the best comic of the year, like by far. Looked amazing. What the heck is this? That doesn't look like him.
Lazy.
He has never drawn Witchblade that bad.
No, that looks so...
his own character.
Oh
yeah, this doesn't look good, man.
It does not look good at all.
God,
shows he does not give a fuck.
Hey, yo, but look at this 1 in 50 Campbell.
Man.
And see,
Yeah.
Campbell's he doesn't have what he used to have, but he's still, you know.
These guys
She
are
looks
not
good,
firing on all cylinders. They don't give
They
a fuck
are
about this
not.
series.
No.
This is the equivalent of Graham Nolan doing his cover for the Ira book. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, Tyler Kirkham.
He actually did
What's
a
going
full,
on?
that's
Look,
almost
little
a
arm.
full portrait. Almost.
Yeah.
It's not the half battle damaged. I'm shocked.
These ones look okay. This one looks good.
Ooh, that's good. I like that. I dig it.
That's probably maybe the best one so far.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gotta have the
Zerdy.
Zerdy down there. Yeah,
We got a Zerdy. Once again, not my favorite from these guys.
Yeah.
Dude, Witchblade is the sexiest. Look at her. She is the sexiest, hottest Image top cow character to date. What is going on with these guys?
They don't care.
She could be sick, but not that sexy. She can't be that sexy.
Oh, this is good. Lyrics. They're changing her armor, which looks kind of odd. I don't know why it's like a beige color.
That's weird.
Huh.
Weird.
Thank God McFarlane isn't writing. Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like she's had too many facelifts. That's that's true. Fathom? What about Fathom? Oh, you mean like the character Fathom from Michael Turner? Have you seen Michael Turner draw Witchblade though? I mean, it's like
Wow,
gosh. Wow. Put her above Faith. She isn't top cow yet, but someday. You mean Faith, the fat, overweight, obese one?
Yeah.
You gotta
That'd be
have
funny.
faith. Gotta have faith.
Little heifer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that should just about do it. I just wanted to see what Robbie had for his pick of the week. I wonder, what do you guys think he thought about X-Men? Ooh, it looks like he talks about Ice Cream Man next. Do you want to hear about that or
No.
okay, that's fair.
I
Yeah,
don't give a shit. He could like
It
it.
looks-
I don't give a fuck.
looks like he's got Ice Cream Man, then Transformers. Domain? Geiger. Yeah, I would be so interested to see what he thinks about. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here's
All right,
X-Men.
yeah. Let's see what he says about X-Men.
All right. Just
It was
you
It was aight.
know. I don't know. I think he's gonna give it praise.
Oh,
Why wouldn't he, right?
that's true.
Trepidatious about this. I have been
Trepidatious. Oh,
Oh,
he's moving around
whoa.
from poignant
Check
and
out the
nuanced.
big brain on Rob.
Big brains over here at Pop Culture Philosophers.
Yeah.
people have been really excited about this. I know a lot of people have been the X-Men, a post brand new one. All right, over at Marvel, we have From the Ashes, a new beginning. It's X-Men #1, Jed MacKay, Ryan Stegman. It's a brand new era for the X-Men, a post-Krakoan era. Now, I know a lot of people have been really excited about this. I know a lot of people have been very trepidatious about this. I have been a little trepidatious, but also slightly excited because as much as I love the Krakoan era when it first started under Hickman's guidance, when Hickman was out, I feel like all the cohesion went out and I just could not get into it anymore. And I eventually stopped. And I would try to dive back in. It just wasn't working for me. So I'm excited that we have this whole new wave of X-Men books. And with all the popularity right now of X-Men 97 and the upcoming Deadpool and Wolverine movie, this is a prime time. I cannot believe Marvel's actually synergistically working with what's going on right now, but there's X-Men hype right now. It's perfect time to launch a new X-Men. It's all right. It's all right. I don't think it's terrible.
Oh, he
I don't think
actually
it's
did say it's all right.
Hey!
Hey, you nailed it. All right. There it is.
God.
Man, you know this guy better than better than anyone.
No,
you
I
knew
don't.
exactly what he was going to
No,
say.
I don't. No.
You said he'd say, aight, it's aight.
No.
And sure enough, he said it's aight.
No.
No.
Please, God, no.
I
No.
don't know if I don't know if the chat knows or not, but he definitely says poignant and nuanced.
Almost every video. I guarantee you, if we watched that, he would say poignant and nuanced somewhere.
No, I think we caught him saying it once here because I haven't seen it. It was this one, right? I think he was wearing this shirt.
It's every video.
Issue #6. This is the final issue of Ram V and Felipe Andrade's rare
Hey, Ram V. Can't miss.
Can't miss.
figures, and it has been a rare treat here in the comic book community. This has been an amazing book that is filled with poignancy and nuance, right?
He said the thing. He said the thing.
He said the thing.
Oh my God, he said the thing, and I clapped when I saw it. Oh man, I just find it infinitely hilarious that we on the channel have made a catchphrase of poignant and nuanced just because we thought it was funny. But then he legitimately says
Yes, he means it.
I hit my bingo card, baby. Yeah, you get Eric July, you get poignant and nuanced. You get all kinds of good stuff on tonight's show.
I bet he says it in this video, in this recent review. He
The most recent one?
it. Yeah, he has to have said it somewhere.
There's no way, man. He's got to have the self-awareness to be like, okay, I can't poignant and nuanced are both very specific words that you have to choose purposefully. You can't just throw them in like pepper. It's like salt and pepper.
I think he does, though. I think he does.
Oh man.
I hope our channel gets big enough to the point where he knows we exist and we talk shit about it.
No.
I wait for that day to go to war with this fucking loser.
No.
I cannot wait.
Robbie, I don't have an issue with you, but
Yes, you do. Stop it.
No, I have to pretend like I'm on the
you're
fence, right?
neutral?
Remember? I'm Switzerland.
Okay.
And Drew can be the good guy and you can be the bad guy, and I'm in the middle.
Fine.
So Drew is like, you know what? I do think it's poignant and nuanced. And I'm just glad we all like comics together.
I'm like,
I was
are
like, you can
fucking
all go to
stupid. These
hell.
guys are
Yeah,
morons.
exactly.
Unity. This has been an amazing book that is filled with poignancy and nuance, right?
Gosh dang it, man. The fact that he said it.
I don't know what those words mean, but I feel like they're there.
They're just, it is this book, whatever it is full of poignancy and nuance. So,
God,
hey, I'll get to talk crap when I'm making 5,000 views a video. All right.
how many stupid people there are.
Hey, I mean, comparatively, like a channel like Gary's or something who gets 800,000 to 1,000,000 views a video.
Right.
I mean, we got a long way to go. You know?
I think we got to do more than live streams. Is that what you mean?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So, do you think he hates himself for lying? You can see it on his face. He doesn't believe what he's saying. So here's the tough part. I think he believes every single word, and I truly think the things that he likes them unapologetically. And that's what makes it tough, because it seems like he's faking the shill. Or like
I think he
faking it
likes the
for-
things he likes and pretends to like stuff for clout or to get people on his side or people that have been on his channel. And I've interviewed them, so I can't say anything mean about them. So true or not, he can't be unbiased about certain books, and he refuses to say that. That's the problem. You can like what you like, and that's fine, because he likes a lot of the stuff that we like. But the problem is he refuses to say things are not as good or not bad, but because I know somebody or I'm trying to get in with somebody, I can't say they're bad.
Yeah.
That's where he's disingenuous, and that's the problem when you owe something to somebody or you feel like you do, and I don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. It's like, well, then everything you say now is wrong. I don't care what you say about anything. We may agree on a book. I don't care. It's void.
It's not necessarily, like you said, the agreeance or the us agreeing on liking a book. It's the fact that if you can't pose criticism to a book that you don't enjoy, that means that you have no scale then. Because if everything is just, it's all right, well, no, I need to know if the book is good or bad,
Right.
not, and we give our mez, but because it's like mez or 1 in a million, it's really like, even when you guys did the Comics Elite stuff, your stack of mez was like this comparatively to your Skip-Its and top 10. So, you can pretty easily say like, don't spend your money or spend your time on this or your energy, but.
Right. And it's like, I know you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Like, nobody wants to come out and say your book sucks, but like,
sure.
Same point in time, that's your job. You chose to do this.
Yeah.
You chose to interview these people. You chose to be friends with some of these people, I'm sure. So now all of a sudden you feel like you owe it to them to say, well, I'm still going to say your book is good, even though I know it's not.
Yeah.
But it's not a condemnation on the person themselves. It's not like, well, you're a fucking moron because you wrote a bad book. It's like, no, it's like, you missed the mark on this one, but that's okay.
Yeah.
You'll get them next time or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like these people that feel the need to always put a positive spin on everything. And we're so glad you're so positive, and we need positivity, and we need more positivity. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah. Jack Frost says poignant and nuanced would mean that the book evokes sadness with shades of meaning. Kind of vague overall, really.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the point. He doesn't know what these words mean.
Well, I mean, like if it's that vague, he could just say anything about it. He could say that about anything, right?
Exactly.
So MG, saying phrases like poignant and nuanced without explaining what that means and how it relates to the book with examples means it's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another, like, I think, when we were talking to Jonathan earlier tonight, like we're saying, like, your book evokes a certain emotion because of the heavy inks or because of the large brushstrokes or because of the like whatever it may be, we can kind of point to where we feel like there's a correlation. But if we just say this book was great, okay, like
Why?
like why or like how, you know, there are lots of things you can attribute to the book being great. So yeah, if you don't have that the examples, it's just it evokes a poignancy and nuanced notion to it. It's like how.
Yeah, as opposed to when you're talking about Lovesick and you're talking about how sweaty and nasty and
Oh,
disgusting you were feeling, and
yeah.
you were jacking yourself off while reading it. It was like,
I was sweating and out of breath.
yeah, it's like,
reading this. It's like, oh, whoa.
that one that's a little too much. You need to pull that back a little bit. Be a little more nuanced with that review there.
Yeah, he was poignant, pointed, and nuanced, and you should be a little bit more nuanced. Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I think we'll go ahead and end it for the night. It's always a pleasure to end on a Robbie video, but we'll say that I saw him as poignant and nuanced because it's about a black man being disrespected in a club and he goes back for revenge. That doesn't mean it's good or well written or has good dialogue or that it's good. Yeah, I guess that's true, huh? If something can be poignant and nuanced and still be a bad book, because you're not describing that it's good. You're just describing the feeling that it may evoke. I don't know.
Right. The feelings that you had while reading it. It's like, okay, great.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Huh. Yeah. Interesting. Well, gentlemen, you guys got anything for us before we take off?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
I think I think tomorrow we may see you guys for a little bit tomorrow night. So,
yeah, I'm gonna try to hop on for
sweet.
a few minutes at least.
Yeah, just come by, say you hate everyone, and then leave.
That's the goal.
Yeah, or X-Ray Girl will be there, so just have your sunglasses on. Just be like, "Whataburger is the most average meh burger," and then yeah, just leave. So. Like Drew just did.
Drew, yeah, he's done.
Yeah, he didn't want to say bye. That's all right.
No, shocking.
So
hey, I got a new camera. I noticed the camera. You may have been right.
That's right.
Didn't freeze.
I forgot to. Yeah, you didn't freeze, and I forgot to mention it. But yeah, the camera looks great, man. The picture looks fantastic. So
is it better?
I think so.
Eat.
So.
Whoa.
So yeah, no, when whenever you show something off, it won't be in 20p.
Right.
I won't be able to count the amount of pixels on your screen.
It was that bad before?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
But I just like giving you a hard time.
Well, this is in 720p, so even though it's a 4K camera, but you can't stream in 4K apparently.
No, not so. If I were to purchase the upscale version of StreamYards for like $40 a month or whatever, we could stream on 1080 or I think. Well, StreamYards might not stream on 4K, but it definitely does 1080. But yeah.
Oh, you have to buy it, right? You gotta.
Yeah.
So
I pay for like the $20 a month version because that's all we need. So
that's fair. Okay.
But
yeah, I did notice I didn't freeze.
Yeah, there you go. So it was the webcam.
It was the camera. Oh, wow.
It was the camera. Damn. But like I said, the webcam makes it look good though. Like it looks like a solid picture. So
okay, good.
Dude, sooner or later, you're gonna have your own YouTube channel. You got the setup.
I don't have the time.
Yeah.
Or the energy.
Or the willpower to deal with some of these losers.
I mean, this stuff is so obnoxious. I truly don't care.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, we would be in 4K, but X-Men would be in like. It's not even worth talking about in that high scale.
No.
Well, chat, you guys have been amazing. You guys have been poignant and nuanced. and pristinely packaged. Prestily.
You need to
Priestly?
you need to copy and paste that and have it say it and how that is pronounced.
Yeah.
Like Google Translate
Actually,
or
that'd be pretty
something.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to do that for the next show.
Yeah.
So well, yeah, chat, you guys are awesome. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. We will see you guys tomorrow night for the Max's birthday stream, and should be a fun time. We'll have a ton of guests on, and we'll be talking some geek like questions. So, are Marvel girls better than DC girls? Who wins in a fight, Captain America or Batman? Who would you, or smash or pass, Wolverine or Deadpool? That's a good one. I think you gotta smash. Yeah, well, because it's Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. So
So it's the movie characters.
Yeah. So yeah, chat. Tune in tomorrow night. You'll hear our answers. So should be fun though. But yeah, we will see you guys later. Drew's connection dropped, so that's why he's not here anymore. But we'll see him tomorrow night, I think, as well. So,
all
right, y'all. Thanks again. Take care. Have a good night, and thank Kyle for getting Jonathan on tonight. That was his get. So we can. Thank
I try
every now and then. All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.